All right, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? Thank you for tuning in to another broadcast. Today is July 8th, 2023. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you guys today, this evening. So, for starters, I'm going to actually, share some announcements, some things I've been sharing kind of on my community tab the past few days before I get into the main subject. So, here we have here. As you can see, I found this. Shout out to the Golden Ghost. I saw him post this. So I wanted to share it over here. And it states, reading it, you'll get 100 views, right? Before you get 100 likes. Because people love to watch your moves, but hate to give you credit, right? Right. Yeah, you'll definitely get more views and likes, more views and engagement, etc. Yeah. So I pinned the message to the chat to hit the like button. If you guys like this content, then please, by all means, hit the like button, share it, tell a friend to tell a friend, and let's keep this thing moving. So a couple of days ago, kind of added some, I just provided my observation of some things that I've seen. Not going to go into so much super detail right now, but I wanted to kind of dive into this first. Okay. This is a couple of days ago. I wrote, "Hey everyone, I hope everyone's day is going well. I wanted to get your opinion on something. What do you guys think about some people who are biracial and are, quote, biracial advocates for biracial safe spaces? Some of these same individuals still see themselves as a subgroup underneath monoracial black people, question mark. I'm thinking to myself, there's been at least now a few, okay, a few people who have supposedly, biracial channels, whatever. A few people now that I've heard that have literally used the term subgroup. Okay. I don't know if it's the text is large enough for you guys. I could probably zoom it up a little bit. Let me highlight that subgroup. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, this is disgusting and despicable. This idea that you see yourself underneath somebody else, a subordinate. My whole position is to move away from this subordinate position, to have to serve others and prove to others your legitimacy, your validity of who you are. My whole position is to create my own shit, have my own thing, have my own channel, have my own social media. But clearly, we can see that not all of us are on the same page, which is, with every group, not just biracial spaces. It doesn't matter in the white spaces, black spaces, Asian, monoracial, all groups and spaces. They're not all going to be on the same page. But this concept of being subgroup, being underneath another group, is fucking disgusting. So I heard some people mention it, and I thought it was, it's worthy enough, for me to say something about that. So I find that to be extremely capitalized, right? Problematic and confusing. How can you advocate for a biracial safe space in quotation marks, right? you know, because I was disillusioned when I first heard of the golden sphere, about a year ago, whatever. I thought it was a mixed race space. That's what I thought. That's why I use so-called mixed race space. Come to find out, it's a bunch of pro-black rejects, divester, dustvester rejects, black manosphere, simps, incels. They all kind of came together in this little weird space they call the golden sphere, right? And I thought it was basically a mixed race space at first, like I said, until I kind of looked at things. I was like, oh, okay. Most of these people are just muling for the black community. So a lot of these people, you go to their page, you know, they have this kind of ADOS slant, right? Where they're praising Juneteenth and all this Juneteenth, right? Which is specifically Black American culture. But they have nothing on their page about 4th of July, which is American. Interesting. Interesting. So I kind of know that lets you know where people's, head is at, where their spirit is at, how they see things, and where their allegiance is, who they're serving, right? Especially if their ass never cams up, then that's a first indicator. Biracial safe space, right? It's like I said, golden sphere, I call it ghetto sewer, whatever. You're like, I thought it was for mixed people, but come to find out, no. You have to be a black identified person, right? In order to be in the good grace of a lot of the the random rejects you find online. When you ultimately see yourself underneath another group of people, or let me back up, sorry about that. I find it to be extremely problematic and confusing. How can you advocate for a quote biracial safe space when you ultimately see yourself underneath another group of people, right? Because you want to appease, you're like a people pleaser. You want to appease another group of people, but at the same time, you want to be this kind of advocate for this biracial safe space. And then we look at your damn space, you got nothing but black people there. So is it really a biracial space? I mean, I don't know. The biracial incel slash simp space, perhaps, but you know, we'll see. And then there are literally biracial content creators. Like I said, I'm not singling out anybody. I'm not naming names here. Um, I'm just saying, content creators, plural. There's been a few now. Like I said, there's a few that have used this term subgroup. I'm like, what the fuck are these people like? I don't get it. Where's the allegiance? Why this need to cape to be a mule? I thought you people wanted to kind of step away from that. I mean, I'm doing something else on my channel here. I know I'm the bad guy here and I love it. But I'm just giving you guys my general observation of a lot of the confused cry racials that I see out here that, want to create a biracial space. But then again, they see themselves as being underneath another group of people. I don't get it. I don't get it. So, yeah, literally content creators, plural, talking about creating a biracial space, safe space. I should say it's safe. It's safe. If you're kissing black ass, it's safe. When you call out black people's racism, then it's an issue, right? So, that have openly said that they see themselves as a subgroup to black people. Like I said, guys, I'm not singling out anybody. There's been a few. Okay. Their words, not mine. Like I said, I don't look at myself as being underneath anybody. Fuck that. And I'd never see myself as a sub to underneath anyone. Like I said, reiterating, because a core sub is a Latin prefix meaning underneath or below. I find it extremely disheartening to see many confused biracials who ultimately just want monoracial black acceptance instead of embracing their uniqueness and developing something, a space, independent from monoracial infringement. Gatekeeping. You're going to hurt some feelings regardless. I thought about this the other day, or even today, earlier. This idea, you're going to hurt some feelings, right? If you're going to be gatekeeping or excluding, have a level of exclusivity, you're going to hurt some feelings. But the funny thing is nobody, I don't really see anybody that cares or gives a shit about hurting the feelings of mulattoes, right? Biracials, right? No one gives a shit when they spread conspiracies about us and call us tragic mulattoes and say, you don't have a place to belong to. You don't have a home. I heard this bitch, the goddess, I call her Six the stripper, in one of these pro-whack grifters in a match. Now she's a manosphere grifter, same shit. They're all pro-whacks in the manosphere, in the black side. And then this Six the stripper chick, she was hating on Jessica X, who's biracial, right, from the UK. And she basically said the same common thing we hear. She's like, you don't have a home to go to. You have nowhere to go to, blah, 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 throwing slurs at her. And I'm like, you guys want to create your own home, your own space. And then you still got these people who see themselves as being underneath another group. I mean, it's disgusting what I'm seeing, but it's not the sharpest people who are proposing that as well. So, right. Yeah, this acceptance, accepting, instead of embracing your uniqueness, right? Let me continue on, guys. This isn't even the main subject. Just wanted to highlight this. Just some thoughts, right? Recently heard a content creator, okay, a content, but earlier I said plural creators because there's at least a few now, state that they view themselves as a subgroup to black people. And I'm like, why the hell are you so adamant about creating a biracial space? Because I'm seeing it and I'm looking at some videos and stuff, and I'm like, I'm just seeing biracials crying in front of black people. I'm like, how the hell is that a biracial space, right? When you bring in all your, you bring in everybody else and you're crying to them about how different you are. And a lot of these people, let's just keep it 100. They talk like they're black anyways, They can barely pronounce words. They don't really have a strong grasp of the English language. Just, calling a spade, And I don't get it. Like, how are you going to create a biracial space but you're bringing in all these black people and asking their opinion on biraciality. The whole point is to link up with other biracial people. But what I really see on a lot of these online spaces is, especially with the men, regards to the men, there's a lot of incels, a lot of simps, and they rather serve women. It's one thing if you're looking for a partner, but if you're gonna simp for someone who's already married, I mean that's really fucking questionable. You're gonna simp for a woman who's taken. I mean, I don't get a lot of you guys, to be honest with you, but whatever. I'm just here reporting the news. So I tagged Al in this. This is Al's channel because he's noted it too with a couple other creators. So it's at least 3 or 4 now that I've, yeah, 4 now, because one of the guys I'm going to share here, he had some comments to say. So at least 4 biracials, okay, that literally see themselves as underneath another group of people. You can't make this shit up. Mulatto Media, that's mine, okay, right? That's mine. All the other fakers, frauds, phonies, and knuckleheads who want to try to take that, and it's mine right here, Mulatto Media, right? I'm just reporting the news. I'm a media guy. Hold the line. Hold the line. So let me just briefly gloss over this before I jump into the main topic, like I said. So I like this guy, M. Batista. They want to create spaces to keep that black identified, exactly, mixed brainwash crap going. Precisely. And I get it now. When they talk about a biracial safe space, it's like, oh, okay. What they're really saying is they want a special space for the black identified mixed people who want to work out a better deal with black people, because they know that those of us who are mulatto or mixed identified, we're going to call their crap out, all over social media. We're going to call their crap out. And so they kind of want a space kind of independent from us, which I'm looking at it like, okay, yeah, I get it now. That's why I'm not naming names or calling anyone out or nothing like that. Just my observations. I get it now. I'm like, oh yeah, they want their own little space where they can kiss black ass all day and say, I'm mixed, I'm biracial, you treat me better, don't call me mulatto because that's a bad word, call me biracial. And then of course they have black people all in their damn space, which anyone's welcome on this channel, public platform. But the thing is, and then they bring black people on their panel. I'm saying black because mostly the people who challenge mulattoes embracing their, mulatto-ness per se, biraciality, are always black people. I never get any white person. I've only had 1 or 2 the past year who've came up in here and said some funny stuff. It's always black people, especially on TikTok. But yeah. So they're gonna bring on black people on their panel, okay? And then the black people are gonna tell them, well, we're all mixed, we're all biracial, we're all multiracial. And it's like, okay, why the fuck do you need a separate biracial space if you're just, if you see yourself as underneath another group of people? So to me, I'm looking at you guys like, okay, you guys just go work it out. Just go back to the plantation, go back to the community, work out your grievances with them, have a good day. But yeah, they need their own space because they're black identified, right? And they don't like the treatment they're getting, which, I get it. If you don't like the treatment, I mean, the whole point is to create your own shit, create your own space, your own network, where you can get around similar people who understand your plight and your situation. A lot of people have been through these similar situations. Even some of the Facebook groups I'm in, connecting with people, and I'm convincing people like, man, you got to start talking, write it, put it in a blog, create a video. Men and women, there's a couple different people the past few days that I've been interacting with. I'm like, look, you tell your story, because you'd be surprised. There's a lot of people out here who have similar, similar things have happened to them. You'd be surprised. I know with me, that's why I've attracted a lot of people over this channel. Right. Getting this comment right here. G Dizzle, who's never been on my channel, never commented before, never tried to hop on a panel, nothing, but he's always on Angry Biracials space over there, right? It's funny, I want to point this out because I've noticed this on Facebook too. You know how on Facebook you got some so-called friends in quotation marks, right? Lurkers, I guess you can call them. You got people that are your so-called Facebook friends, but they never hit the like button when you share something. They never put a comment. They never interact with you, right? but they're there. They're on your friend list. But whenever there's some controversy or disagreement that goes on, your quote friend, he's the first one that's in your damn comment section to argue with you. It's amazing the type of people you run into online. Because I noticed that same trend. Yeah, like I said, on Facebook, a lot of those people I had to fucking unfriend them or block them. Like, get out of here, just lurking around, dusting up my comment section. I'm not saying G Dizzle. I don't agree with him, obviously. But I've seen him in some of these spaces, right? He's comfortable, I guess, with some of the more black identified, because that's his story. I'm not going to get into any personal story. Just want to address this comment, but I just wanted to point that connection out, that you have people like that who will randomly pop up to kind of challenge you or disagree with you, but they never support you in any other way. They don't even put a comment saying, "Hey, good stream," or "I like this," but you randomly pop up. This past year that I've been making videos, just randomly pop up. Interesting. Yeah, so I think I'll just gonna say that. I don't know. Don't want to get into all this. Got to get into the meat of the matter. We're about 20 minutes already into this. That's the case. It's technically true, as it directly concerns those of us who are mulattoes, which he is. Okay, he's a mulatto guy, but he decided, like most mulattoes in the United States of America, decided to get reabsorbed into the black community. They found they're in it. I think it's an old generational thing. I believe he's a Gen Xer. I'm a millennial. So I'm seeing now, and I'm doing this, making these videos and providing my commentary, because I already know in 10 years from now, whatever, the future generation, these mulattoes coming up, they're gonna be like, fuck this. I'm gonna get the best deal I can. I'm not gonna sit here and cape for the community when half of those people, not half, a large percentage of them are trying to mix in, and the SYSBM passport divestors, they're trying to mix in with other groups, so doesn't make any sense. You can't create a mulatto without a white parent and black parent. That's false. Two mulattoes, they come together, mulatto man, mulatto woman, they create a mulatto. Okay. Then the question would be, we're a subgroup of white people. That is true as well. The only difference is, historically, we have been lumped in the black category, which is directly related to how a lot of us identify. Definitely you identify. Definitely. I mean, just based off your speech, your tone, your word choice, it's obvious. Yeah. Not all of us identify. And that's the whole position with the post that I put. And another gentleman here, Batista, his observation as well. It's basically, you got black identified. And my whole thing is, look, you're black identified, you're from the hood, all this shit. Why are you in a mixed space? Like, to me, it's like a conflict of interest. It doesn't make sense. There are those of us, I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I've been noticing that for a minute. This whole thing with the whole golden sphere, you got black people who just will lie and say that they're fucking mixed, like this guy, Zacharias, a little weird, creepy guy on the internet who tries to jump on everyone's panels. He's a black guy, but he doesn't like to be black. But that's not my problem. But he's trying to go around and convince everyone he's mixed. He's not the only one. There's a lot of other people like him. So, I mean, I just find this shit weird. A biracial safe space is too broad of a term, considering that not all biracials are mulattoes, but all mulattoes are biracial. Not all biracials are mulattoes. That's why on this channel here, it's Mulatto Vanguard. It's not the angry biracial, your buddy, right? Where he changed. The guy, angry biracial's got a white mom, but he's so ashamed of himself, he's going to lie to everybody and say his mom is Arabic or something, or Egyptian, sorry. Lied, his whole story is false and fabricated, right? So that's why he uses very broad language, because he's a liar, angry biracial. So yeah, over here it's Mulatto Vanguard. You know what you're getting on this channel. We're talking about black, white, mixed people, European, African heritage, right? And I mean, regardless of your mix or if you're monoracial, you're more than welcome to tune in. And even if I drop the link, which I will today, you can jump on the panel. But the channel name here, it lays it all out for you. There's no fuckery, there's no ambiguity, no bullshit. This mulatto over here. Okay, all the other channels where they change their screen name every 2 weeks, that's over there. As far as the subgroup term is concerned, it's not about us seeing ourselves as beneath some other group as we are second class citizens. It is, however, recognizing that it is literally impossible to create a mulatto without one white, one black parent. And with that being said, biologically, we technically are a subgroup. Biologically, hear that? That's his words, guys, not mine. Okay. Biologically, we technically are a subgroup because of our monoracial parents. This is the whole point. I know you decided to get folded back in and reabsorbed into the community. I get it. Okay. But see, those of us who are mulatto, who choose to be with another mulatto, we have created family. We have mulatto children. Therefore, we are the parents, right? So we're not underneath or sub to monoracial people at that point. When we become our own parents, we will become our own people. And you didn't choose that route. So that's why it's kind of a conflict of interest. What I'm doing over here on my channel, what you got over there on your channel. I think you have majority black men on your channel, which is fine. But yeah, whatever. As far as monoracial acceptance is concerned, I don't think too many are seeking acceptance as opposed to probably the majority just identifying with people / culture they grew up with. It's evident, definitely, by the way you talk, right? People will say the same thing about me. I had a woman who was like, oh, I could tell you're biracial based on the way you talk. I think even on Twitter, I had some pro whacks who took notice of me, some FBA pro whacks, and one of the guys was like, he sounds like a white man. And the guy corrected him. He's biracial. He's racist. Yeah, whatever. Kiss my ass. But yeah, I guess they can hear the white influence in me. I don't know, man. I don't, to me, it's not appealing to sound like a knucklehead from the hood. So especially those of us born before social media was a thing. Yeah, I think you're an Xer. I believe you're in your 40s. So I'm in my early 30s. If you want mulattoes to strictly embrace a mulatto identity, I can't force anything on anybody, man. It's free will, free country. I'm just one dude out here who has a vision, and I like myself, and I want to be around other people who are similar, who like themselves as well. So that's what comes into play with the whole mulatto identity. You're going to have to start with the young. Exactly. That's precisely correct. You're going to start with the young kids. I mentioned that before I even got to this part, that this whole channel, my vision of, because I seen the trends on TikTok and Twitter and Facebook, not so much Facebook, but TikTok mainly. And in Twitter, I seen the trends. I knew, okay, look, the younger people, they're not going to be kissing, black ass like a lot of these older people. They didn't have any other options out here. So now we see today with our growth trajectory, our numbers rising, we have more options. Those of us born prior to social media, we have identified as black for so long that it's just the way it is. It's very evident. Exactly. When I hear you talk anywhere, it's very evident that that's just how you guys identify. Most of us aren't really in a rush to change that, nor do we really care to change that much. So let you know we are biracial, but it's not that pressing of an issue as it relates to real world activities. Real world activities. Yeah, just make your money. The whole, yeah, and you're a tech guy, IT. Yeah, make your money. But the whole thing is I see the conflict of interest. You're in a mulatto space. This channel here is mulatto space, but you're in other mixed race spaces like angry biracial, your buddy or whatever. But I'm like, but you guys, you married into black people. That's the community. You guys talk like you're, whatever. And I'm sitting there, well, why are you guys in a mixed space then, Because I'm mixed too, but I'm black. Like I was talking to somebody behind the scenes. They have these terms now called black biracial. Have you guys heard of that shit? What the hell does that mean? Black biracial, right? Aren't you just biracial or are you just black or whatever, I'm partially black. My dad's black, but I'm not dark. So, and there is a look, as you can see in the thumbnail I shared. Actually, let me get back to that before I continue on with this right here. There is a look. There is such a thing as an ambiguous black woman. I love showing Lupita as well because I think she represents black women really well on a global international scale. Number one, great actress, right? Great performer. Number two, she's very pretty. And number three, she conducts herself like a lady. She's very likable. So that's why I often use her images, and I look at her as a good representation of a black woman. Okay. Then you have this Walmart, great value, you know, uh, you know, store brand over here, Miss Mulata, Miss, she changed her name because she's trying to, kiss, but she's another one. Country bumpkin talks like she's from the hood, whatever. She from the hood, and that's her market, whatever. She's getting paid. But I use this image too because look at the hair, the blonde hair, the white cowboy hat, and all this shit. I'm just as black as you. It's like, no, you're not. Yeah. So this is a black woman right here, and this is not. This is a mulatta biracial who, yeah. Okay. Just wanted to segue into that. Let me finish this up, guys, so I don't bore you with all this crap. It's over here on my community tab, but I just felt like it's worthy to share it. And I think we got G Dizzle up in the house as well. So G Dizzle says this quote space is a bunch of YouTube channels that people subscribe to. For sure. Yeah, no doubt. If you only want people who strictly abide by your philosophy, oh, see, that's what I'm saying. And I already, stated that it's a public platform, right? I've already stated that. Everyone's welcome. I don't, there's are some levels of exclusivity, but those are on other platforms, right? Like your Discord or your Facebook and Telegram or whatever other, social media. No, I've already stated that as well. That this whole idea strictly abide my philosophy. I just particularly want to draw certain people over here to engage, but I'm not kicking anybody out of this public platform. This isn't membership stream, anybody can tune in and listen. But what you said is true. The space is a bunch of channels people subscribe to. Yeah, it is a space, right? And yeah, this whole idea, like even Honey Rose, includes here philosophy. I don't know what you're talking about, like G Dizzle, about philosophy. Like I'm very straightforward. I'm a straight man. I'm an American born. And I think mulatto people look good together. That, for us to be our own people, we have to be together. We have to procreate with each other. And that's how we group up. But you didn't choose that route. Okay. You chose to be a subgroup underneath black people. And I get that. You're not the only one. There's a lot of people like you. My whole question is, well, you're in a mixed space, but I kind of get it. They, you guys want, I don't know. There's a lot of confusion I see with certain people. But this whole philosophy, like I'm just a dude with a internet connection and a microphone and a YouTube account. I'm not selling you guys shit yet. I'm just here giving the world my thoughts. So this is right here, mulatto, right? This is a definition: a person of mixed and black ancestry. Now, even in that in itself is kind of tricky because I don't agree with some other people where they're going to be basically, like I said, blacker than Wesley Snipes, but their great, 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 great grandfather's uncle's cousin's next door neighbor's pet dog has a couple white stripes on their back. So therefore they're just as mixed as you. That's the reason why like the specificity is important, but that we really see that in the spaces. You got people like Zacharias. He's just one idiot, but there's plenty others. There's a ski mask guy, a future drill rapper in a ski mask was coming over here talking about he's MGM. He's a brown skinned multiracial. I'm like, that's cute, but your ass ain't a mulatto. Okay. So I don't know. And the thing is, like, look, I would respect you more if you were just a proud monoracial person. Whatever your ethnic extraction is, I don't care what color t-shirt you have on. If you were just proud in who you are and held that, I'd want you over here. I want people who are proud. Because like I said, with the whole golden sphere, when I saw these weird, confused black people who didn't even want to be black, like they call themselves everything else. Today they're calling themselves Hebrew Israelites, they're calling themselves Moors, they're calling themselves ancient aliens from Mars, the real Egyptians, the real Indians, the real Aboriginals. A lot of these black people here in America are so confused, they're calling themselves everything else but fucking black. Okay. Even your so-called pro-blacks, they're pro-black, but they're calling themselves Indians and shit. Come on, guys, make it make sense. And those are the same people. When you try to take a step back and like, look, I don't fit into your little space because I'm not from the hood. I don't listen to Nipsey Hussle from the hood. So when I take a step back, like, look, I'm not going to fit in with this weirdo shit. Okay. I know you guys all work for your white massa. I know you're begging white people, Okay. I don't fit into that shit. Okay. And I'm like, I got to create my own thing. Well, you can't create your own thing. I'm mixed just like you. We're all mixed. I'm like, what? People still play games. I see these conversations. So, especially a person with one or white, black parent, which is me, and they have some kind of funny terms they develop, like first generation biracial versus MGM, right? And so they use that to kind of, to weasel their way around the fact that it's an identity situation where people have allegiances to a specific group. Okay. Like there's a content creator who's a proud MGM, which is fine, but that content creator never gets on camera. They're not confirmed mixed or anything, but they'll share images of Juneteenth, right? They'll share images of Juneteenth honoring a black, holiday, right? Celebrated by monoracial black people, right? So we know where their allegiance is, okay? But they don't share anything about mixed history or just the national history of America in general. But so that, it's the identity thing is very important. And I know with you, I'm not going to get in your personal situation, G Dizzle, because I don't know you. The only thing I know is that you're hanging out with that criminal, angry biracial. That's kind of suspect, but that's whatever. That's your buddy. Um, but yeah, so a lot of people didn't have any white influence growing up, and I think that's kind of the key here. For me, I'm trying to create balance with biracial people, people who are mulatto identified, to say, look, we're not going to play games and be a utility, be a subgroup, and be used by whites against blacks, or be used by blacks, which most biracials used by in America, used by blacks against whites. I'm not playing that game. Okay, I'm telling other mulattoes, look, don't play the game, cut out the bullshit, get with other people who are similar and who have the same vision and goals as you. A mulatto man and a mulatto woman have a child. The child will be mulatto, mulatto. I don't see myself as a subgroup to anyone, excuse me. If you feel that way, then that's on you. But I highly discourage that kind of thinking over here. Two biracials producing a child will not create another biracial. It'll create a multi-generational person. See the ambiguous language, right? I believe that is what some call it. However, it's not about feels when it comes to subgroup. It's what it actually is biologically. But you're not a biologist by trade. You're a fucking tech guy. Aren't you into are you software engineering or I don't know what your specificity in tech is. I don't know. I think you were doing cybersecurity or something, but you state that it's biologically accurate, actually biologically. Where the hell are your stats? I mean, where is your data to support this? You wouldn't exist without a white parent and black parent. Like, you're not a biologist, dude. You're a tech guy. There's a conflict of interest here. Biracial indicates two races, which you are, but you were socialized to be underneath black people, and you have accepted your position. Okay. So you chuckle at people calling you Sun Dodger. Now I misspoke. I had to go back and check the reference. It's Sun Glider. Okay. He was on a, I'll save that for next time. Yeah. So you chuckle when people call you a Sun Glider, which, as part of their terms, right? That's like the hazing ritual. You got to let the dark skins, the darkies, punk your little light ass so you can feel a part of the group. You've accepted that position, G Dizzle. I haven't. So I'm the bad guy over here because I don't get fucking punked like that. That's on you. Like I said, that's on you. That's I have had influence from both my black and white parents, precisely. A balanced mulatto. All of us can't say the same. Okay. There's a lot of us where we've never met one of our white parents. And there's some who grew up. Was talking to a lady the other day who grew up. She said, I don't want to tell her story, but she grew up in a white community, was kind of socialized to be white. She was adopted. So she didn't have access to her black side. So it works both ways with a lot of us, That's why we need people like me and others dedicated so that we can be a voice and we can be an influence and provide some kind of communal feel for those who are looking for these answers. They're looking for a place to belong. They're looking for a, quote, safe space. This is the internet, okay, YouTube channel, though everyone's welcome to public, whatever. Yeah. It is what it is. People who support me don't see themselves being underneath anybody. No feelings, just facts. Yeah, I discourage that shit. If you feel like you're underneath somebody else, I mean, I don't know what the hell you're doing here. I've never heard the term sun dodger before. A new one. Yeah, it's a sun glider. So I had to actually go back and check the sources, but it was sun glider was a term that I saw. You said something like you could catch these sun glider hands. You said some shit like that. I was like, oh, that's cute. When it comes to the original post, I think clarification needs to be stated as to whether the term subgroup is being used in a social sense or biological sense. Yeah, all the semantics. I mean, you stated that's biologically accurate, but there's no sources or explanation why. But the social sense, no, it's the social sense is from primarily what I see with a lot of the content creators that I reference. I didn't mention any names. Okay, you're the only content creator here whose name because you're in the chat and I'm reading some of your comments. Like I said, you've never jumped on any channel, any panel or nothing, or not channel, any panel or any other chat or post until recently. I don't know why. You mean, you know, your boy Angry Cry Racial is doing pretty well. I mean, might as well click up with him, right? I don't know. Socially, you are free to view yourself however you choose. I highly doubt anyone thinks of themselves as beneath others, except for pro-blacks and how they view white people, of course. Yeah, of course. So we agree on that. We agree that pro-blacks, basically, they can't settle their grievances with white people. White people are not going to give up power. Okay, power is not given, it's taken. So most pro-blacks are going to get on the internet and cry about white people, but their ass is going to run back to their job working for whites. That's about 99% of them. Biologically, we are a subgroup of two different races. So what you said right there, this is why on my channel, the core philosophy here is what we call mulatto coupling. Okay. I shared a video the other day about mulatto solidarity between mulatto men and women to form a community, to have function, to be functional um, with each other and to create a family, a legacy. Then of course we'd be our own group. We wouldn't be sub underneath these other two monoracial groups, right? It's not that difficult to understand. But I think some people kind of already chose their position. So they're just kind of trying to stir some shit up. I'm just surprised now you choose to do it now, you know. But whatever. Sun Dodger, Sun Glider, same thing. As far as your analysis on what's deemed as a subgroup, there are those who choose to be reabsorbed, right, back into the black monolith because that's all they've ever known. Hint, hint. Then there's those who see themselves as a self-autonomous people, choosing to mate with others like themselves, creating a new group. We're not really new, but we've been here for years, centuries, that will derive from generations of mulatto lineage. Major difference, not that difficult to understand. There's a lady here who actually added some clarification. She's, I think, Dominican Republican. Tragic J. Sub means lower rank by definition. Biologically, we wouldn't be a subgroup either because our X and Y racial gene wouldn't be a member of the Y group. X plus Y would be its own group. And that's why mulatto is its own race because of the change in DNA making its own classification. Okay. And the only Teutonic Knight. The only way I see biracials getting a foothold to go on CNN or national television, essentially to martyr, to push the message and to gain a greater audience. Yes, there will be pushback. We're already getting pushback now. Most of my pushback is not even from pro-blacks or black monoracial people, right? Most of my pushback are from these biracials who have like a conflict of interest, right? Because they're married, they have a black partner, they're married to black people, or that's all they've ever known. They've never been connected with their white or European side. So they just identified as black their whole life. You're seeing it play out right now, you know, exactly as I'm speaking to you. So that's the pushback you get. I don't have any monoracial black people right now on this broadcast pushing back. You know, they don't give a shit. They're busy doing other stuff. It's other biracial people. There's a conflict of interest because they've decided to they fit in better in black society, which, hey, good for you. But I'm like, why are you over here? It's a mixed space, you know. I mean, you're welcome to tune in and join, but I just find it funny that there's some people where they only want to chime in or comment to disagree with you. which I mean, I'm here for it, whatever. But at the same time, you never hit the like anywhere else. You never drop a Cash App donation. You never share the stream or email me or something. Hey, can I jump on a panel? It's a good topic. No, no, no. You just want to jump in and disagree. But I've seen this shit on Facebook, so I'm not surprised. So yeah, the pushback I get is from other biracials. I've only been making content for a year. The only pushback I get is from biracials. That's all it is, man. Honestly. At this point, we'll see in the future as this grows. But this has nothing to do with racism, self-hate, or the latter, but actually dismantling old racist Jim Crow laws that demean mulattoes, black genetics. Since the one-drop rule says it's a tainted and subhuman, it would have to be in the position where fighting against our cause would be the racist position, right? They would have no position but to accept ours, because my white father's blood is equal to my black mother's blood. I'm tired of real racism being protected by African Americans of all people. Well, don't you know, if you let these people tell the story, black people can't be racist because they don't got no power. Like, I saw a funny clip. It was with the Hodge twins were reacting to Phil Advice show. Dark skinned black man, pro-whack, Phil Advice show, married to a Mexican woman. I love it. I love it. Pro-whacks are funny. He's so pro-black, but he doesn't lay down and sleep next to a black woman every night. But he's Phil Advice show, but he's so pro-black. So yeah, the Hodge twins were laughing at him because this guy at Phil Advice show, his whole platform is about crying to the whole world about being in the system of white supremacy. You're signaling to every other race of man on the planet that you're a defeated, conquered coward. You're crying about racism, crying about the mistreatment. Look how they mistreat me. You're signaling to the whole world that you're defeated. That's not other men, warrior class, other men, they don't look at that. It's not appealing. It's despicable, and it should be laughed at and mocked at. So the Hodge twins kind of reference that. But guys like that, the Phil Advice show, he'll be the same one that'll say, blacks can't be racist because they don't got no power. They're underneath the system of white supremacy, right? So it's kind of funny. I want to get into this comment before I get into the main meat of the matter. I'll jump to like I said, guys, if you guys stick along with me or whatever, I could drop the link. But what are we at? We're at 46 minutes already. Shit. So a lady here, I think she's from DR, Dominican Republic. She provided some very insightful context here. In the Spanish Caribbean, most mulattoes are created by two mulatto parents. We have been mixing for so long, usually for generations and centuries, precisely. The vast majority of the population is heavily mixed white, Spanish, European, and black West African, with much smaller amounts of Taino, Indian, and North African Arab, precisely. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of that North African Arab blood comes from the Spanish, right? The Iberian Peninsula, because there was a period in time where a lot of the Ottoman Turks and other tribes, other groups like Moors, etc., Berbers, who occupied France. So a lot of them kind of mixed in that Iberian Peninsula region. So a lot of the Spanish people, they do have blood ancestry from North Africa, Arabic, etc. So yeah, your analysis is accurate. So I like how she provided that insight here as far as, yeah, a lot of these people for centuries, literally generations, have been mulattoes mating with each other for years and years and years. So yeah, precisely. Okay, I'm going to jump into your guys' comments and, of course, get into the main meat of the matter. I kind of got to go all the way up. It says subgroup, we know who said that. Well, the funny thing is, Al, it's actually a few people. I'm not naming names here, okay? I know you did on your channel for the particular people, but yeah, it's been a few people now. It's very sad. And we got a gentleman here who said biologically we're a subgroup. I mean, he's not a biologist though. He's a tech guy, but according to him, but no resources or sources to provide his analysis, tells us that we're a subgroup to those parents. I mean, what we kind of know, there's a conflict of interest. Reabsorbed. I've been in the black community my entire life. Exactly. So that's why I want the audience, the public over here on this channel, to know exactly what I would say the conflict of interest, right? We already kind of know the position. Same thing with Angry Biracial. Angry Biracial created a petition to, to create biracials as a separate group, and even his own damn audience, a lot of them were basically like, why the hell are you doing that? Like, Angry Biracial married to a black woman. He has a majority black audience, as do you, G Dizzle. And but Angry Biracial wants to create a separate special category for biracials. And I'm sitting there like, you're already in the community. Have a good day, Why do you care? I'm not from the hood. Oh, I couldn't tell. I don't know. Oh geez, Zacharias insane imbecile. Yeah. Yeah, he's a weird, creepy stalker. That guy, Zacharias. Oddball weirdo freak. Yeah. Says here, I get that too. Someone once said I sounded like a glider, which, yeah, I don't know. That's the first time I heard it. There was some little ghetto channel that G Dizzle is a moderator on, and they were saying some comments over there talking about sun glider, and I was like, what the fuck? I've never heard that before, sun glider. You assume I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know. This space, we already went over that, yeah. Honey Rose added clarification, philosophy, just stating facts. Yeah, just my observation on thing. You keep misrepresenting how I was using subgroup. I read the whole fucking, all the comments that were there. So anybody who watched the playback, everybody can go ahead and, watch the tape again, read the comments. It's up there, and tell me if there's anything I said that's re-representing. Because I don't know, man. I just think it's cute that this is the first time you come over to the channel. But this is not a ghetto Pookie channel over here. This is not a Black Manosphere channel. So, yeah, I don't know what your goal is, but you're welcome to tune in for sure. I might drop the link. I think I will. You're welcome to jump on the panel. But, yeah, we don't kiss black ass over here. I don't. So there's probably some other quote biracial safe spaces where you can go do that. Actually, that what spaces are specific channels under one place. YouTube biracial space. Yeah. And I mean, the people who are here in the comments, these are people who've been on my channel since I started, right? There's people who they navigate to different channels. They like the message. So I don't know. Yeah. Is that weed blowing in the picture? Of course you can be in a biracial space that is not going to fly as far as people who should have the loudest voice leaders. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's his whatever. It's his avatar. That's true in every space in the world except hoods and such. If people don't like the philosophy of this space, they can go. We don't want monoracial nonsense or racial confusion. Yeah. And we see that confusion. Like I'm saying, it's not being brought in by black people, by monoracial people, unless these biracials bring them in here. Because I've noticed that on some of the channels, like I recently heard a content creator say that biracials that, she sees us as a subgroup underneath blacks. And I'm thinking to myself, but this same person always centers monoracial people. They always give monoracial people the microphone. Even black people who have said nasty shit about biracial people, she'll still give them the microphone to talk. And I'm sitting there like, so the only time you have black people coming in stirring trouble, you have some trolls. I just block them. Like I said, if you guys want to get unblocked, Cash App $25. So I just block trolls immediately. But when I see these like infiltrators, right, monoracial infiltrators, whatever, they're brought in by, I should say, biracial people, right? And they're centered because a lot of these biracials, they see themselves as a subgroup, right? And over here, I'm like, no, I'm not over here. I'm not doing that. Nope, can't do it. I like Lotto, but yeah, not really a fan of ghetto fabulous aesthetic. The same criminal you hung out with. Yeah, for sure. The difference is I'm not still over there. I saw you over there before. I didn't even know the guy's history. The whole stolen valor. When I first heard of the Golden Sphere, I'll be honest, I saw Angry Biracial's channel pop up like in the algorithm. because he showed his face, unlike a lot of these cowards. I mean, I got obviously an avatar now, um, but obviously my face, my mug is all over the damn place. So just, but yeah, I saw Angry Biracial. I was like, okay, at least he's public, right? He's unapologetically biracial. Basically, that's the vibe I got. But I didn't know about the guy's criminal past. He said a couple things. I think, yeah, he said he went to jail for theft or some shit. I didn't know it was about stolen valor. It wasn't until later on, after he burned me, then I realized, oh my God, this guy's a fucking criminal. But what I wanted to point out here, G Dizzle, since you mentioned this, you were over on his channel the other day, over on his panel, I should say, the other day. So once you find out someone's kind of a criminal and what they're doing, you take a step back, right? And you realize, okay, probably shouldn't associate with this guy. But you're still over there. So I mean, that's why I'm mentioning you, your buddy, because he had a panel the other day. I listened to it. It was about biracial, subject matter. You were over there because you're the guy to go to when you want to talk to a biracial. Go to your black identified biracial. You're the guy to go to, right? You have been on more panels with him than me. Yeah, like you mentioning the past. I've been doing this for a year, so that was literally a year ago when I first kind of entered the space before I kind of got my own things kicked off over here. You don't have to be a biologist to know this. You can learn in fifth grade. Well, if you would have provided some examples, but of course you didn't. So, you still have an opportunity to comment though on your initial post. So it says that multi-generational, and so Gina is a monoracial black woman, and so she's always welcome over here because she's very civilized and polite, and she provides great insight that I do enjoy. And she states here, not Gina, that multi-generational stuff is just confusing. Of course it is. There's no specificity. They're basically saying anybody can be MGM. It doesn't make any sense at all. I thought people like Cab Calloway and Lanston Hughes look black. However, they tell you themselves that they were mulatto, even though they weren't biracial. Yeah, Cab Calloway, Lanston Hughes, and Adam Clayton Powell. Yeah, mulatto would fit that perfectly, right? Am I required to jump on every panel you do or leave a comment? No, you're not. Like I said, I pointed out the thing. It's I find it very fitting and cute. I want to use that term cute because I kind of chuckle because it's like I've seen this on Facebook where people who, they're lurkers, essentially. They're watching you. I'm not subscribed to you, G Dizzle. I'm going to be 100 and real. I've seen one stream before. You were talking about some shooting or something, and I saw you had nothing but black men in the panel. And on the channel, which I'm in black men spaces and, a couple of different spaces. I'm in white men spaces too. I'm in more male-centered spaces because I'm a man. There's a couple women's spaces that I navigate towards, but I went to one of your streams and I was like, I'm not digging this content. You have this kind of urban, the way you talk, the way you present the information. And I know you have a few channels. You have a business channel. You have the G Dizzle, the one you're on right now. Then you have the Mad Mulatto channel. So yeah, I'm just surprised like why you're here now, but you've never wanted to engage in any other subjects, but just to disagree. I mean, you're here, why not? I guess it's content. I don't care. Like I said, I don't go to your channel. I think I did the other day to kind of look up, just looking at some stuff. Cause I remember that reference to, is it Sun Glider? I had to go back to that stream and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. Yes, we have our own issues to attend to. Us older millennial mulattoes need to be listeners and mentors for younger generations. Also, the foster care problem needs to be addressed. Precisely, yeah. Yeah, the foster care is the big one. And of course, with the bone marrow, etc., with the medical situation. Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things we have to tackle is the foster care situation and group mentorship. Because we have a lot of us who grow up in foster care, growing up lost in the sauce. There's a lot of us who, are there, don't have access to our parents at early. We have those type of issues that I see. We need our own spaces, right? And I realize that, so I'm creating one. But of course, when you get pushback, I don't see white people up in here. The white man, he the wafith, white supremacy. You anti-black. It's funny. I don't see any white people or Asian or Hispanic coming up in here getting all uppity, it's always, you know, monoracial black people and their biracial mules, their mulatto mules, right? Begging, you know. So, but you keep saying my boy Angry Biracial, you've been on more panels with him than I have. He was your bestie at one point till y'all fell out. Yeah, I think I already mentioned that story. I don't know about bestie. What I did support about Angry Biracial is because of the branding. I really like the branding, how he created t-shirts. I don't his music sucks. I never support his music. Shitty ass music. I never bought his book, purchased his book, especially now that I found out all his books are fake. But I like the fact that he created t-shirts and he created a brand, you know, Angry Biracial. And I was like, oh, okay, I bought a t-shirt. So that's the aspect I supported, right? Was the branding, because it adds visibility. That's why even with the thumbnail, I chose Miss Mulatto. I don't really like Miss Mulatto. Miss Mulatto, I don't really like her music that much. Some of her songs, I can dig it. It's a hard beat and all that. But I liked her for the mere branding aspect with her stage name, the visibility of Mulatto. That helps us. That's why this channel is Mulatto Vanguard. So that's what I liked about Angry Biracial was the branding aspect, the visibility. And so, but that we're besties. I mean, you're just trying to kind of, you know, be funny. When I saw you on his panel a few weeks ago, you know, how am I reabsorbed when I've been in the community since? Yeah, I know exactly. I think that we all kind of get that. We know where your allegiance is at. We know where you're. I'm just pointing out to my audience. Yeah, we know. Yeah, you're a mulatto cat. Yeah, we know you're biracial, but we know where your allegiance lies. Okay, and that's what I'm highlighting for the audience. That when you have these people who talk about a biracial safe space, but yet they view themselves as being a subgroup to another group of people, and I'm sitting here telling other mulattoes, look, is that your position? Do you want to just be reabsorbed, or you just want to identify, go in that group and get punked? Like this guy, people will call him a sun glider and all this shit, you know. Like, but I'd love to see you call him something back because I'm that type of guy. But I'm the bad guy out here. It's pushback. You explicitly asked for people's opinion on your post. I gave my opinion, and now it's pushback. You should have just asked strictly for opinions that agree with yours. Well, it's not the point. I mean, it's not the point. The point is that you've never commented on any. I didn't even know you even watch my shit, or you're lurking or whatever. I don't know, because I'm not subscribed to you. Just, you know, maybe the tech stuff. I probably watch some of that, your tech videos, but the G Dizzle shit, like the Pookie News, you know, whatever, Michi X, who talks like another fucking hood booger. She's another confused biracial. Michi X. I saw you shared something about hers, some pro-black conference. Half of the damn blacks don't even look at her as being black. Michi X took her light-skinned mulatto ass in Nigeria. They'd be calling her a white woman. So I saw you shared something like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm just not digging it, man. I mean, there's black channels that I watch. There's for entertaining. I'm not going to cover it on this on this broadcast when I'm done with these comments. This black channel that I navigate towards. He gave me permission to talk about this clip. It's going to be a good one for you guys. So stay tuned. Let me get through these. Yeah, blacks playing the victim, them targeting, encouraging other groups to target us. You see, that's what it is. And this guy was on a channel on a show where you literally, and he's a moderator there, they literally had fucking blacks teamed up with whites talking shit about biracials. I mean, you guys cannot make this shit up, guys. This is all public information, okay? So this is what I'm saying. Like, you got black people who want to play the victim. Now, I'm not saying all. I'm not an absolutist. I'm, you know, specifying certain groups within a group. But yeah, you have a large number of them who are trying to play the victim, but they're teamed up with these other groups talking shit. And like, yeah, I don't know what else. I gotta go. Yeah. That's why I'm sitting here looking at these comments like, I'm not surprised, man. I smelled this shit a year ago. That's why I'm doing my own thing. The people who like me, they're gonna, you know, they're gonna vibe with me over here. But yeah, I do have a few haters. I don't think I have that many. Not like some of the other people, but yeah. Some of these other people have a ton of haters. I don't have, but like I say, if I block people, I just tell them, you know, give me $25, Cash App, tell me what your channel name is, and I'll unblock it. I think his wife is Guatemalan. She looks it, but Swirling Phil scrubbed her info off the net. Oh yeah, Phil Advice Show. Yeah, because he's embarrassed because he's making money off black people talking about the black love and black family, but he's not even dedicated to a black woman. He's married to a Latina woman. You know, it's just hypocritical. But that's pro wax. I mean, Tariq Farad is married to a biracial woman, right? It's pro wax shit. And you got a lot of these biracials who talk about the pro black phase. I'm like, what phase? A lot of you motherfuckers are still pro blacks coming over to my channel, trying to push this shit to me. I don't care, man. Moors left very little genetic impact in Spain. The vast majority were Spanish converts to Islam. Interesting. I think they meant glacier glider. Yeah, I don't know, man. No more black identified mulattoes speaking for everybody. Just call yourself black. That's what I'm saying, because it's like, look, like in the number one indicator with a lot of these people is that they don't like the term mulatto. When they want to use another term besides mulatto, that's the first indicator. The bells go off. Or like, okay, there's either some liberal SJW or LGBT alternative lifestyle, or there's some other kind of adjacency, kind of pro-black stuff going on here, because mulatto has been our racial classification. I'm an American talking to you from America. We've had our own racial classification. Okay, you guys want a new one? I mean, yeah. So that's why I'm sitting there like, yeah, if you're black identified, but like Angry Biracial, he doesn't speak for anybody except, he's a grifter. And I know G Dizzle, I mean, you have, you're doing your tech business, your tech thing, and then you have your this channel you have here, kind of, you do like reactions or whatever, or you tease black people or some shit. I think what I get from it, I don't, like I said, I'm not subscribed, but you kind of mock black people being like Democrats and shit. So you kind of laugh at them for that or whatever, and being pro-black. I don't fucking know, man. It's all over the place. But I've seen you on a panel with what's the cat's name? He's like a Umar fan or whatever. D Durrell. So I already know what I'm getting. Okay, like Black Manosphere channels. Yeah, I'm in a few Black Manosphere channels. If they have good entertaining content and wholesome good content, yeah, there's actually quite a few. Yeah, and you named one right here for sure. Yeah, Obsidian chat all the time. Concerns of black men, but you are there cheering on in the audience. This is weird. Yeah, when I'm in a monoracial space, like the video I'm going to share now, it's a monoracial black space. I'm very respectful. I don't assert myself in my mulatto-ness or biraciality. Just like when black people come to my channel, if they're respectful, they're more than welcome. I had the lady here, not Gina, and I have other people too. They're welcome here. This is a civilized society, right? We respect people's identity, right? So YouTube is a public platform. I can go whatever the hell I want and be respectful. So Obsidian's channel, I mean, he has all different groups on his channel too. He had Just Pearly Things. He even interviewed Nick Fuentes. He has this Hoppa guy, Asian cat. His name is The Art of Will. So Obsidian is majority black male focus, black female, black male focus, but it's an entertainment channel surrounding black relationships. And Obsidian has been on YouTube for years, and I like his delivery. I think he's very entertaining. He's funny. I like the choice of words he uses. So why the hell am I not going to tune into a live stream? And the chat is funny too. I don't get it. Like, what? I'm not supposed to tune in. It's entertainment, man. Like, this channel here is not technically entertainment. I do want to add some flair and entertainment value, but more so education, community development, because we don't really have spaces like monoracial people. There's so many black channels and white channels, etc. you can go to. They have thousands. How many channels that are out here that are strictly focused on those of us who identify as black, white, mixed race, mulatto, biracial? There's not that many channels. So that's why I'm very adamant about having the specificity here on this channel. But yeah, I can go wherever the fuck I want. I'm a moderator in white men's spaces too. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm pretty civilized. I know how to get along with people. I'm very diplomatic. Um, so yeah, shout out to Obsidian. I don't like Lotto in that is her in the thumbnail. Yeah, I know. That's why I shared it. It was kind of tacky. Yeah, I mean, you look at a thumbnail, look a lot better than um you say Miss Mulatto, right? Or now it's Lotto, Big Lotto, talking all rough and tough, trying to talk like a dude. Yeah, Lupita's more attractive because she's more ladylike, more elegant, right? She expresses her femininity. She acts like a woman. She conducts herself like a woman, like a lady. So, of course, she's more attractive. Of course, she's going to have more selection in the marketplace versus her. She wants to act like a dude. You listen to her how she raps. She's got to get plastic surgery and all this shit. She has to go extra hard to talk all blackity black, biggity, biggity, ghetto black, and all this. And I'm like, people like her need to start telling her, look, you ain't black like us, right? I'm just as black as you. She's like, no, you're not, right? People like her need to assert themselves because you're going to have a lot of these wannabes, right? We see them here in the biracial spaces. We got these mulattoes out here who are black identified. They want to go around to black people like telling them, we was in the trenches with y'all. I heard this on a stream a week ago. This one idiot biracial, who I'm not going to mention her name, she was over on another guy's panel trying to convince this black man, we was in the trenches with y'all, fighting with y'all. We just like you. Fuck out of here. And they're acting all masculine and shit. No, we want, yeah, me as a man, want a woman, act like a woman, be a feminine lady. And yeah, guys notice that. So yeah. Okay, let me continue on. I gotta get into the yeah, like you said, it's tacky. The cowboy suit, whatever. I thought Obsidian was a tether. Why listen to a dusty foot immigrant? I'm over here too. Yeah, I don't know why people are calling Obsidian a tether. They use that tether word on everybody, you know. If I'll use it sometimes, but I've only used it on one guy, some creepy Canadian guy who's all, all his content's based on Americans. It's like, you know, Lotto definitely not a class act or good representation. What's her angle anyway? Vying for Dusty, exactly. Yeah, she just wants the Pookie audience. Just like Ice Spice is another one. She's a big one dropper. You look at her, she does not look black at all. She's got some curly hair, whatever. She's not black. She's pale, light skin. But she's gonna sit there and try to one drop, be like, "Well, I'm black too." Yeah, her audience are all the dark skinned, dusty, Pookie guys. Yeah, I watch a lot of channels I never comment on. Cool. Sun Glider. Someone's been watching AK Nation. I'm cool with AK. Been knowing him for years on YouTube. Cool. I have fun over there. Uh, Michi X, you say when she talk, oh my god, I can't listen to her. There's another a black man channel that I like. I support. His name is Officer Nathan Daly. Officer Nathan Daly. He's a ex law enforcement officer. Um, and a majority of his audience is black, but he's already publicly stated that it's basically an open channel. His channel's for everyone, but he focuses mainly on like the community relations between law enforcement and the black community. And I think he's doing a very admirable job at that. So I do like his platform, Officer Nathan Daly. I support his platform. He's a very civilized gentleman. Um, and yeah, he's in friends with Michi X, I guess you could say. They're kind of business colleagues for whatever reason, because she's pushing pro black shit. But they're partner YouTubers, whatever. But I hear her over there, and I'm like, oh my god, this is not our biracial representation. Just overcompensating, and she's always cussing. I'm kind of bad with when I swear and cuss and stuff. I try, but I can't listen to Michi X, man. I can't. Dizzle, how is your opinion different from pushback? And why does that offend you? It's not an offensive descriptor. He literally asked for people's opinion, but it's pushback. Yeah. I guess you could say it's just because you're kind of adamant about your stance. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I'm just surprised that, whatever. D Darrell, don't get me started. Yeah, I heard D Darrell with G Dizzle on some channel. I don't remember. It was a while ago, and that's actually the comment that I shared. There was a okay. G Dizzle was on the panel talking with D Darrell. Okay, this is like several months ago or a few months ago, and I shared a video. I took a screenshot of a comment made by a black woman. I know because of the username. She said she can't see the humanity in biracial people because I think D Darrell was doing a live stream on the Golden Sphere or whatever. He was like, "You guys are all just black, sit your ass down. You guys are all black. You're not mixed." And G Dizzle is their biracial representation, but all he's ever knew is the fucking communita. So he's gonna go up there and but he made a point. G Dizzle said, "What I agree, I concur. That's why I'm doing this." He said the younger generation, they're gonna make out their own space, and that's what we're doing now. Because I'm younger than you, G Dizzle. So, and the ones younger than me, that's what we're doing. Creating our own space. So they had a channel there. I mean, they had a live stream panel based on that topic. But the Al Show, I remember you comment. The video I made is from a comment that I saw on that live stream where this black lady said she can't see the humanity in biracials because the whole topic was surrounding biraciality, biracial people, they're not black. And this lady literally put that in the comment section. And G Dizzle was on the panel. He was on the panel talking with D Darrell, and I see this random person in the chat saying that they don't see the humanity. And I'm like, wow, these are the type of people you hang out with, you're comfortable with. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I see you. I see you, homie. I see you. Makes a ton of people like Michi. NYC is extremely hip hop Afrocentric. Goofy people that will tell one day they are Hebrews, yeah, next day they're Moors, next day they're fucking ancient aliens, the next day they're, uh Japanese samurais. They're the original people of Russia. The original Philippines are black. The original man in Ireland is black. It's science. It's biology. Even though I have a major in, baking cupcakes, but now I'm a biologist. It's funny because I had some dude, I was talking about biraciality on one of my Facebook posts, and this cat was the same typical pro-wax shit. It's genetics, it's science, it's biology. And I'm like, bro, you're a cinematographer. You work in the media field. He has a pretty, decent YouTube channel. I think he's got around 10K subs. This one cat I'm referencing from Facebook. And he has his channel here is, I guess he has a lot of large audience. But the cat was like, it's science, it's biology, it's genetics. I'm like, you see these people where it's like they want to act like they're in every discipline, but they don't bring any quotations, no citations, no references, no video clips. Because at least when you debate the white nationalists and the white supremacists, at least they actually bring in some data, even though if it's pseudo or fabricated, statistics. At least the white supremacists, man, they actually bring in videos and data and stuff like that. A lot of these pro whacks, they just want you to believe their ass. Yeah, but the guy was a cinematographer. He has a degree in like cinema or some shit. And he's sitting there talking about it's science, it's genetics. Fuck out of here. That's why it's funny. I see this cat talking about biology, but he's an IT guy. You're a computer guy, man. You're not a biologist. Show some receipts. I hate that pseudo see to your father mess. Yeah, they do that too. Cool. I got all caught up with the comments. Let me get into the main meat of the matter. Shout out to This Might Be Risky. So G Dizzle referenced Obsidian Media Network. Shout out to Obsidian. The O-Man is what they call them. Very entertaining platform. Majority black audience over there. So I do go into monoracial spaces, black and white. Okay. But the white spaces are not really surrounding relationship dynamics. Okay. Because the number one problem with Black America is not white supremacy and racism. The number one problem with Black America is that the men and the women can't get along with each other to form families, to form communities, to form businesses, to continue to compete in society. That's their number one problem. that the pro wacks don't want to mention that. Some of them do, but not all. And so yeah, I navigate. So like I said, some of the black channels that I navigate, they kind of cover relationship stuff, which it's a lot of it's entertaining because a lot of black people are very entertaining, right? So of course, I want to laugh and be entertained. So yeah, this is a good channel here. Shout out to DJ Hamp. I'll tag him in the video. And yeah, I want the main issue. Woman, she is mixed. Okay, she is mixed. But she's like the Michi X syndrome. All that they've grown up in the hood. They grew up in the community, and when you hear them talk, they from the hood, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like they have to always be put in this position to prove themselves, their legitimate place, their legitimate position around them. And this lady, I don't know, she's probably in her 20s, but you got these mixed race people that are all the way in their 30s plus who are still trying to fight. See, for me, when I was in my late 20s is when I said, fuck this, I'm out. I'm like, I got to create my own shit. My late 20s is when I took a step back, right? I realized I'm not going to be fighting, trying to beg for acceptance and beg for an inferior subordinate position as a subgroup with another group of people. I'm like, look, if I can't just exist and just be seen as one of you, I got to have to prove or some of this, I'm out. This lady is going to have to always prove herself, right? When I first saw her, and no shade to her, Mary, this isn't a slander piece on her or anybody. This is just to observe why she thinks like that and why she's always trying to position her, people who often find themselves in her position. We've all been there, trying to legitimize ourselves and prove our blackness. So I'm going to play this clip. I'm going to start now. And yeah, respect to the chat. Respect to the chat. Hit the like button, guys. I really appreciate that. Hit that like button. So here we go. Fair use. I'm going to get right into this. So fair use.
It's all like,
well, so if you know your husband, so if
so he wouldn't be in that situation because he's gonna fight everybody.
Well, but if an East Indian man goes up to him like, "Hey, so who you work for?" He got his he got his plumbing business shirt on, and then he's like, "I work for myself." He's like, "Oh, really? Wow." That don't resonate to you? That's funny too.
I don't think that's that serious. I think I take it as a compliment. I take like stuff.
See, guys, I mean, even just by looking at this, you could look at the woman, you could tell she's a mixed race woman, right? I asked in the chat like a couple weeks ago, I saw her on the panel. I put in the chat, I was like, wait, is she mixed? It clearly looks mixed, right? See, with her or with him, no one's going to tell them or even him. They're going to be like, oh, what do you mix with? What do you mix? No, they don't have, no one goes up to them and asks them. None of these two either. Nobody asks them, oh, what are you? No, everyone knows what you are. Your ass is black. It's with her. They're going to look at her and be like, what are you? What do you mix with? I said it too. And he replied in the comments was like, he's like, oh, she's black and Puerto Rican. It's like, oh yeah, she's mixed. Cool. Yeah. You can obviously phenotypically tell, but she's interesting clip. I was here in the live stream as well. When I saw it live and immediately after, I knew he was going to clip this. And I told him, hey, I asked for permission. Can I, cover this? Because this is great content material for my channel, what I'm doing here. This isn't a hate channel. This isn't a slander channel. This is a channel to talk about the mulatto identity, biraciality, those of us who are asserting ourselves in society today and the future, and who are carving out our own space, our own place in society. And we're not asking for permission. We're not here. I'm not here to be a subgroup subordinate like some of the other channels. So I'm just, providing my commentary on this. Let me continue. Fair use.
Stuff like that to me can be taken as
Puerto Rican. That's what we're missing. You can't talk to her.
Yeah,
She's Puerto Rican.
No,
they don't. And I say that.
Like a lot of times it's like people take it as somebody being like, oh wow, racism. Yeah, you need to be in your head like, yeah, I showed your ass. That's what the fuck I do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't be like.
Oh, what I mean by that is she's not going to get it nor see it the way we see it at times. She thinks it's actually going to be loud like that. They're going to be like, nigga, get your ass down there.
She's reasserting, saying, yeah, you're not black like me. You're not going to see it the same way. Interesting. And I'm supporting her this whole conversation because she's asserting herself, saying, no, this is black. You're not black like us. More of them need to do that. So people like that, they look weird. Obviously she's the prettiest lady on the panel, obviously, but it's like you look weird, like trying to fit in where there's clearly like, let me continue on. Fair use.
Air mop that floor.
How?
That's not it.
Sis,
Asia's
I'm still a
exactly
nigga.
right.
I'm still a nigga. I'm still a nigga.
You hear that? I mean, that's how disgusting. I don't use the nigga word and all that. It's not part of my everyday, lexicon, right? But obviously with her, I mean, this is, because you from the hood, Pookie's baby mama. I don't know her, what her situation, but just by using that word, you can kind of tell, you can make general assumptions that are pretty accurate if you hear somebody use that word, nigga. Like that's, And a funny thing is too, is that everyone wants to whine and cry about the word mulatto. I had a bunch of idiots the past couple of days, you shouldn't be using the word mulatto. That's offensive. Okay, that's nice. First, go over to all these blacks and tell them to stop saying nigga. Do that first, then get back to me. But they'll never do that. See, they want black people to be able to use language to gatekeep their group and culture, where blacks can say, well, you're not black, so you can't say nigga. You're biracial, you're white, you can't say nigga. Okay. So now as mulattoes, now we have our word, and you're damn right I'm going to gatekeep it, right? So and just by her using that word, you can kind of tell right away. I mean, because I don't think I've heard him say it. He's the blackest one up here. I don't think I've heard him say it, and I don't think he says it either. You could tell with the hat, he's kind of conservative. I don't think she says it either, but she chose to say it. I'm like, okay, let me continue on. Fair use.
Yeah, but you don't. It's clear that you don't see life like.
Yes,
you
I
don't see
do.
life like. No, you
yes,
don't.
I do. I'm still a nigga. I've been raised.
I listen to you talk. You don't.
And to me, it's kind of disgusting how she identifies herself as a nigga. I'm still a nigga. Like, why don't you use a word that's more pleasant to describe like a dignified person? Like, well, I'm still have considerable black ancestry, black African, descent. So yeah, I'm still viewed in society as a black person. I'm not saying for me, people look at me as mixed as I am, mulatto. But for this lady, I'm saying if she could have worded it that way, it would have been more commendable, I guess, or more respectful. But for her to say, I'm still a nigga, like, this was cringe, man. I was watching this live, like, oh, dude, why do you don't think highly of a certain group of people when you use that type of language? I'm sorry, man. That's not a word that people want to say. It means like, I don't know what do they say? They try to take the word and say it means like dignity or some shit. I don't know what the hell people are saying, but I don't like that word, so I don't use it. But continuing on, fair use.
Yes.
Wait, hold on though, sis. Hold on though. Hold on.
Bub, don't pull a Mary. Don't pull a Mary.
When people see me, I am black.
No.
When people see you, they think you're mixed, because I'm one of those people. I'm a mulatto guy. I was watching this live, like I said, in like a couple weeks ago, because they have live streams, this channel, like a couple times a week. And I remember in the chat, I put too, wait, is Mary mixed? Because I'm looking at her compared to everyone else. There was a different panelist at that time. But I was like, yeah, you phenotypically look mixed. Like your skin is so light and your hair texture, you're not a black woman. And this lady's telling you that, like, we're not the same. Which, kudos to her, because she's gatekeeping, right? And people have to do that to protect the integrity of their group. See? And so yeah, society doesn't all see you as black. Yeah, they see you're mixed with black, right? But you're mixed. That's the whole thing. Like, society will probably see you as mixed, and geography plays a role as well, depending on where you're at. You'll hear that more often. I travel this whole country, a big ass country of America. And yeah, people identify me as mixed. Some areas, they might be a little more radical, depending on the population. I've been treated pretty good throughout this country, though. Yeah. I think, I'm from California, from Southern California, but what I noticed when I went to New York, like in Manhattan, I ran into a few kind of rude people and shit. But I've been all the way to like, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, and these are the whitest states in the whole union, pretty much. And a lot of people are nice. So I don't know. I mean, you got to travel more and see what it is out there instead of just sitting on your computer, your internet, listen to all these other people tell you what it is. You actually have to go out there and travel and talk to people. So what I'm saying is people view me as being mixed, is what I found out, with some black. But that's her situation too. I'm looking at her. I asked the question a couple weeks ago. I was like, yeah, you're mixed. Get the fuck out of here. Continuing on, fair use.
I don't know I'm Puerto Rican unless they see my hair out.
She said, people don't know I'm Puerto Rican unless they see my hair out. Yeah, but even your facial structure, the symmetry, your skin tone, like it's very obvious that you're mixed, right?
And you're still talking like I think you like I heard you 30 seconds ago. You don't go through the same shit.
How I don't go?
See that? And she's smiling. They're both smiling, black women. Excuse me, guys. The black women, because you're going to see that gender dynamic here, where this guy right here, the only guy who jumps up to defend her, to assert her blackness, is going to be this guy because of conflict of interest, because he has a mixed race wife. So, of course, that's what we see here, guys. We always see where you have the black guy, monoracial guy, who will defend a mixed woman because he wants access to her. But see, the men, he'll see a guy like me, he'll listen to me. Oh, you ain't from the hood. You don't listen to Nipsey Smalls. Oh, man. Oh, dog. You ain't got your hat backwards, homie. You ain't rolling blunts, dog. Shit. You white. You a white boy. You got white mom. You ain't from the hood. So a guy like that, they'll gatekeep, right? For sure. Right. But the women, they allow the women in because they want access to the box. They want the box. So they make special rules, right? But the women here, they basically all were on code here in this whole gender dynamic. It's half and half, right? You got 5 women, and you got 5 men. So it's all monoracial black, except this person here is mixed, right? Who's black identified. But let me continue on, fair use.
Go through the same shit. I'm still a nigga. What you think? I don't go through the same shit? No.
Yeah, it's very, distasteful. That choice of words. I'm still a nigga. What are you talking about? I go through the same shit. Yeah. And she's like standing firm. Nope. No, you don't. Fair use.
I just don't let it affect me in a way that a lot of people let it affect them. Because
you see right there, she slipped up. I'm going to rewind that and play it back. Because when I went back and listened to this again, I was like, she was going to say like a lot of y'all. And then she slipped. And she's like, wait, a lot of you guys let it affect you. She caught herself. She was already positioning herself, and she could smell the bullshit. She smelled it. Even when this guy started to chime in, she went in on him too. And she had the support of all the women, which is good to see because, look, they're gatekeeping. And I think historically, black men, like dark-skinned guys, like these type of guys, or this guy, because he's from the hood, and they prefer mulatto women, right, over dark-skinned women. They do a better job at gatekeeping. Black men do a better job at gatekeeping blackness than black women, because a lot of black women are, SJW, liberals, all inclusive. Women are more inclusive than men, just, per basis, right? Just in general, I should say. So I think it's for me, it's very interesting to see that these black women are basically here, just all kind of on code. We're like, yeah, you're not really black like us. You're mixed, right? Because historically, it's always typically the men, right? Like, oh man, shit, Drake, oh, he confused, man. He got a white mom. He ain't from the hood. But then they give the women a pass, of course, because they want access to one. And you come to find out he's married to a mulatto or a mixed woman. So it's not surprising why he decided to chime in. But continuing on, fair use.
Because I learned through the process.
And that was my point. You're not black. You're not.
I am black. My daddy, my daddy was black as hell.
My daddy black. My daddy black.
Oh, my daddy blacker than anybody on the.
Yeah, your dad's blacker than anybody on the panel. That's your dad. That's not you, ma'am, lady. And it's funny, he's kind of smiling here too. You know, it's like, yeah, your dad is probably blacker than everyone up there, but that's your dad. That's not you, right? So we gotta, point it out. That's why he's laughing too. They're laughing. They're all laughing. They're like, look at this. Fair use.
And panel.
You don't have the same black experience, is what I'm saying.
How? People don't look at me and be like, you Puerto Rican.
The thing is, though, like she's saying, a black experience, because a lot of times a black experience, unfortunately, in the United States of America, we see that it's kind of this struggle, this oppression Olympics per se, and how people mistreat you, and that you get racially profiled and you get excluded here and outgrouped and stuff like that, kind of fighting for acceptance in American society, highly competitive capitalistic society here in America. So a lot of that, this whole black experience we're talking about, a lot of it's like this kind of struggle thing, right? And she's trying to plead with her, telling her, oh, I'm just like you. I'm a nigga just like you. And I go through the same shit and all this stuff. And it's like, I didn't, man. That's what I'm saying. I accept, I acknowledge my uniqueness, because I don't. I tried to fit into some of those circles, and I woke up and I realized, have my epiphany moment a few years ago. Now we're talking 2019, 4 years ago. I realized, like, I'm not like a lot of you guys. Like, I'm not. I just don't have the same experience, and that's okay. But we have to respect people's identity, right, and their background, respect their differences, and that's what I'm definitely trying to do. But I'm only human. Continuing on, fair use.
I can hear it. I can hear it. I can hear it, because you really truly think that they come out and say the word nigga or get your black ass over here. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying. I was using that as my example. I'm not saying that. I'm still a nigga.
That wouldn't even be my example, because I got more sense than that. That don't even sound right. They don't do it like that. That's what I'm saying.
If I don't say I'm Puerto Rican, nobody thinks I'm Puerto Rican unless they hear me.
You are Puerto Rican.
Yeah, she looks Puerto Rican. Like, it's funny because people like me, okay, my mom's European, white American, European lineage, right? My dad's black, dark skin, probably darker than this guy, right? So my black side of my family, they're all dark skin, very dark people, dark skinned people, and my mom's white, right? But people often tell me, like, what are you? See, that's how you know you're mixed. You're not monoracial. They'll ask you what you are, right? And people will say, are you Puerto Rican? Are you Brazilian? Those are the two kind of categories or groups that I get kind of referenced, or people refer to me as, like, you kind of look Puerto Rican, right? So people think I'm Puerto Rican or some shit. I don't know. People, as far as celebrities, people say I kind of look like Derek Fisher, Lakers, something like that. But yeah, people usually say Puerto Rican. So I'm like, I'm looking at this lady like, yeah, you look mixed. You look Puerto Rican. That's why I asked in the chat a couple weeks ago when she was on the panel. I was like, wait, this lady's mixed, right? And just a coincidence that this popped up, this stream happened a few days ago. And it's like, here we go. They're basically G-checking her, and yeah, she'll learn from it. This is probably not the first time. It's not going to be the last time. I'm saying because people like that, like this, who are black identified, mixed people, they're always in this position where they have to prove themselves to fit into a group. And to me, like Mary, I'm just like, look, why not just address them as a different individual, like as who you are, mixed, like, and be respectful. A lot of them would probably like to have you around, just like with me. Like, I want black people over here who are black. They acknowledge they're black, but they respect my identity. This is a public platform, right? So that's the thing. Like, you'll find out that a lot of people are very easy to deal with. They're diplomatic. They're welcoming, right? I feel like a lot of these people are, if you identify yourself correctly. But if you're trying to kind of force them to, like, accept the fact that you're the same as them when clearly you don't look the same as them, I mean, when are people going to get done, playing that game, guys, But yeah, whatever. Fair use.
You look Puerto Rican and you act Puerto Rican.
I know, it's funny. And she's smiling too. Yeah, you look Puerto Rican, right? You look Puerto Rican, ma'am.
I'm Puerto Rican.
But you wouldn't have known I was Puerto Rican if I didn't say it.
But I did. What are you talking about?
You didn't.
Look at your hair. That's not 4C, sweetheart. You are not. Both your parents are not black, and we can see that.
My daddy is black.
I said both your parents are not black, and what I'm saying is we can see that.
You
can't hide that. You can't hide that.
What him say? You are what your dad is, right?
I don't care what he say. I said you're Puerto Rican.
When it comes to society.
Oh, damn. You see how most of them are laughing? Even he has a grin on his face. They're all laughing except for him. He's on him. But that's funny because he's like, I don't give a damn what they say. I'm saying I was loving it in the chat. I threw in a couple dollars. I threw in a super chat. I was like, hell yeah. She's putting her foot down. And you know, a lot of them need to do that, right? Because it's going to make a lot of these mixed people look stupid in the future moving forward. When we publicly see this, where you're kind of trying to fit in to a space when you can just be the guest. You can be the guest there. Like it's a pretty cool channel. I like the channel. Entertaining content. I support the content. I always hit the like button. I'm very respectful. I don't troll people. And so it's like, you know, a lot of people would be nice, you know, if you respect the platform and acknowledge people's differences. But when you want to kind of jump in there and be like, oh, I'm just like you, I'm a nigga like you, and they're looking at you like, no, you're not, right? That's how I am when I see these, you know, monoracial people who want to lie and pretend that they're mixed. They come over to my channel and I'm like, look, there's other content creators who will let them do that. I'm not going to name names, but there's content creators who are all inclusive. So they'll let a monoracial black guy say he's something else and they'll dance around and play with him. But I'm over here. I'm like, you know, you got to be real about who you are, man. None of this fake, like mixed fishing shit. That's, you know, fair use.
I'm still a nigga.
No, when it comes to society, you look like a Puerto Rican to me.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like she just said, when it comes to society, you look like a Puerto Rican to me. That's what I'm saying. That's why I asked the question in the chat a couple weeks ago. I was like, you look mixed. She's saying the same thing too. So the thing is, I'm using this because what I often get a lot is I'll have black people, right, in my social media who try to tell me, oh, society's still gonna see you as black, so you just black, so just shut up and stop using the word mulatto. And I'm like, no, society sees me as mixed, is biracial, especially black people, but white people too. Unless I really, really piss them off, they're like, because a lot of white people fear us more than black people. You know, it's just keep it 100. Yeah, the society sees me as mixed. I mean, you know, and she's calling it out too. It's like this idea that everybody just sees you as black. Fuck out of here. Go take your rear end, okay, to Ghana or to Nigeria or to Senegal, whatever, pick a nation. And let's see if they all think you're just black like them. They're going to laugh at you. Continuing on, fair use.
And how people treat me, I'm still
when it comes to society, you look like a Puerto Rican and you get treated differently.
No, I don't.
You get treated differently in society.
Calling a spade. Now, I think there is an element here of pretty privilege, right? Because she's clearly the most attractive woman on the panel. Okay, very attractive, Mary. So I think it's not only, just ethnically because she's ambiguous, right? You could tell she's mixed. She has African, obviously, ancestry, right? She's not fully African. She's not monoracial, right? She clearly has influence, like I said, Puerto Rican, her mom, whatever. But I think there's pretty privilege as well. You guys understand that concept. People say light skin privilege. Yeah, I guess you can say she has that too. I guess. I don't know. You don't have light skin privilege around real light people, meaning white people or Asian people, whatever. That light skin privilege, that's only some crap that they talk about in the community. But pretty privilege is everywhere in all cultures around the world. If you're an attractive woman, you're going to get treated nicer. Yeah, you know, that's every culture does that. Men are going to generally, you know, be nicer to women that are more physically appealing. I don't know how to explain it, guys, but I think the men listening, we kind of all know, right? Continuing on, fair use.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. Niggas might like me a little better, but that's when it.
Okay, that right there is very significant. She tries to kind of play it off like that's not a big deal. She said, oh, niggas might like me a little better, but that's all. Look at her facial expression. She's looking at her like, all right. But she tried to kind of sneak by it, kind of spit it out like, oh, that's all. Niggas like me better. That's a big deal, you know? That's why this dude's going to jump up defending you. And, you know, that's a big deal. Yeah. Niggas like me better because that's the preference they call. In women, black women, they have a term for ladies like her. They call it the preference. You see? So I think in these internet spaces, you are seeing more of that kind of consolidation of black women as far as, you know, group think tanks, etc., and how they're really gatekeeping what the image of a black woman is. That's why I use the image on the cover for Lupita, because I think she's a very good image for black women. And a lot of black women are, you know, gatekeeping, right? Like I said, historically, I've seen black men who are gatekeeping the culture. And a lot of times, even their discussions in their group, they've acknowledged that. It's like you look at how a lot of black men are whining and crying about the NBA because their biracial sons are getting all the shine now today. And a lot of the dark skins are crying, it's not fair. You know, we got with these white and Hispanic women and had biracial sons, but when I watch the basketball game, I don't see a dark-skinned man like that looks like me. It's, you know, it's not fair. It's like, well, why didn't you get a black woman? That's a whole nother discussion. Continuing on, fair use.
Come to these white folks, I'm still a nigga.
What did you just say?
I hate how she uses that word, but when it comes to these white folks, that's what she's saying. So she looks, you know, yeah. When it comes to white folks, really? Do you know white people like that? Because it doesn't sound like you do, just based on kind of how you talk, using nigga like this and that, nigga that, this and that. You should be trying to sign contracts with them. You should be trying to get deals with them, right? Building connections with them. But she's putting it in a position, oh, they just see me as this. They see me just like you. I don't know. I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so. Continuing on, fair use.
I said niggas might like me a little better.
Okay. Look at that's that Puerto Rican coming out. That's that Puerto Rican talking. That's that Puerto Rican talk. You proving my point. Keep talking.
White people, I'm still a nigga. When it comes to white people, I'm still a nigga. And that's all.
So she's basing her whole position as like what white people, she cares a lot about what white people think, right? She's not mentioning what Puerto Ricans think or Hispanics or Latinos. She's not saying what the Latinos think. She's not saying what Asian people think. She's framing it as just this black and white binary thinking, right? And that's very problematic because that's a way a lot of black identified people look at the world. They look at it where, oh, if you mix a little bit of black, well, you're just black. They look at it just binary, just white and black, when it's like, well, the world's not all white and black. You have mulattoes, you have Latinos, you have Asian people. Even within the Asian demographic, you have a lot of different, you know, there's a lot of elements and specificity there. You have people who are Han Chinese, East Asian, you have South Asian, right? Vietnamese, Filipino people who kind of fall under this kind of Pacific Islander, but they're also Asian. So there's a lot of nuances around the planet. Everything is not just black and white, but a lot of people who grow up in this kind of black American culture, they look at things in that term, that in those terms, right? As the haves and the have-nots, kind of this communism thing, haves, have-nots, oppressor and the oppressed, black and white. I'm like, there's a lot of different groups out here, man. This ain't the 1950s, okay? And so, and you're partially Puerto Rican. I mean, why didn't your mother tell you? Like, my mom is a white woman. She never raised me to just be a black man, right? You need a black man to raise you to be a black man, but black men don't come from the womb of a white woman, okay? I was always raised being biracial. I have a white mom, black dad. I just didn't have the vocabulary growing up to identify myself as a mulatto as I do now, just going through college, going through, you know, community college, university, you know, navigating, reading books, navigating society, etc. Then I started to understand, okay, there is a label, a definition, a category for me. Yeah, mulatto. But as a child, I didn't have that vocabulary, right? But I've always seen myself as biracial. White mother, black father. Let me continue on, fair use.
that's gonna matter in society is what the hell you look like.
In the society, my first thing would be get the hell out the hood. Calling everybody a nigga, and all this stuff. Get the hell out the hood and talk to some people who don't talk like that, you know? See what else society has to offer, specifically civilized society. But let me continue on, fair use.
All right, you good? Bub, you had something to say?
Yeah, I got the
Shit like that.
I can't believe Bub tried to fuck this
yo.
nigga.
Anything mixed with black is black.
You guys hear that? His first comment, typical, can't say I'm surprised. Anything mixed with black is black. And of course, these guys aren't going to agree. They're looking at it like, well, no, man, there's nuances. You got people like what? Jesse Williams. You guys seen him? Jesse Williams. Doesn't he have like a black dad, a white mom, or Colin Kaepernick? Does he look black? But the reason why, guys, the whole see to your father, the mixed and all this stuff, because see, there's, because he wants access to the box. And when I first heard him kind of open his mouth, I kind of knew, okay, I know what it is here. I know what it is. Anything mixed with black is black. He's saying that now because he got the pretty Puerto Rican lady here. But if it was, Klay Thompson and Chris Humphries and who's that cat that played on the Clippers? I forgot the dude's name, the NBA player. When you have these kind of white passing biracial guys like the Ball brothers, is he going to sit there and say, "Oh, they're all just black as mixed"? No. He's going to try to gatekeep the men, right? You ain't from the hood. You don't listen to Biggie Smalls and Nipsey Hussle. Oh, dog, you ain't from the hood. So that's the metric they use, right? The metric is based on, your dwelling, your block. You ain't from the hood. You ain't give your money to all the Asian people that own the liquor store because, I don't own the liquor store. The Arabs, they own the liquor store. So I give the Arabs all my money. And I works for the white man, but you ain't from the hood, so you ain't black, homie. That's basically what you're dealing with. So for me, yeah, I'm not from the hood, right? So I'm not black, right? I didn't vote for Joe Biden, so I'm not black. But when this pretty Puerto Rican lady's up there on the panel, all of a sudden, boom, the criteria changes. The goalpost is moved. All of a sudden, you just got to be mixed with black to be a part of the group. Right, because he wants access to the box. Right. Yeah. Fair use.
Okay. So that tells me
that's it. That's it. That's all I had to say.
So you don't really want to have a conversation. That's it?
That's it. Y'all had it.
Is that it?
No. Let's have the conversation.
You notice this guy here is kind of quiet. He doesn't say anything. He's laughing and chuckling. And these are like the blackest guys up there as far as skin tone, if that's the metric, which is the metric, right? His skin tone. Because when you go to all black nation, everybody's dark skin. The lighter skin, like the brown skin or whatever people, they stand out. So someone like kind of Hamp or even her complexion, like when I was in Ghana, people who are lighter than them like stand out. And most people are dark skin, right? Even darker than them. And so, where was I getting at that? Yeah, he was laughing, but he's not saying anything. You notice that, but the ladies are all smiling, giggling. So let me continue on fair use.
All I'm saying is,
Mary, but
what are you saying that for? What's the reason? What's the reason? Give me the reason.
We all know that anything mixed with black is black.
Give me the reason you're saying that.
And I put my comment here. You guys can see on the screen here. Mary, you don't look black, homie. So he highlighted the comment. And it's funny because even a couple weeks ago, I was in their live stream. Good entertainment. I like the channel. And it's always relationship dynamics between black men and black women. But she was on the panel. Clearly, obviously, she's black identified. And I asked a question in the chat. I'm like, wait, she's mixed, isn't she? I'm like, you look like an ambiguous woman, but she's battling it out here. And she doesn't win, but let's continue on fair use.
Oh, give you the reason.
And even this guy here, he couldn't really help her. These guys were smart enough. They stood their ground to not jump in to defend her, but he defended her, but that's because he's married to a mixed woman, right? So it's like, oh, we got to claim them as being part of our group, right? And you have that because, like you said, people who want access to the box, men, right, want access to the box. But then you have some other people who are pro-black or whatever they are. They want to claim the mixed people for political reasons, right? Number one, because a lot of times they want to neutralize us. They'll see us as a kind of competitor group. So they would like to like absorb us. I'm not saying all, but a lot of people who are more pro-black will try to absorb us to say, hey, it's better to have them on our team with us, or some other group will probably kind of use them against us. You know, that's the Chancellor Williams conspiracies that Dr. Umar pushes. And then there's a lot of people that they look at us as a utility for practical reasons, where they want the numbers. They look at us and say, hey, we need the population, we need the numbers, so let's claim them so we can look like our numbers are larger, when it's not. Their numbers are actually shrinking because they're creating a lot of us mixed people, right? Biracials, right? Because our numbers are increasing because they're, like I said, the number one problem they have is not white supremacy and racism. The number one problem is the men and women don't get along together to create families, to form a union, to start businesses, to pass down wealth, etc. That's their number one problem. And so then a lot of times the men or the women, they'll go to another group. They'll have a child, as in her case, and it's a mixed person. So their numbers diluted. Their numbers get diluted. So some people see that and they're like, oh, let's just claim them to try to pretend and act like our numbers are still kind of rising, etc., when it's actually not. Continuing on, fair use.
She just said it, sis. In society, they gonna look at her as being fucking black.
No. I said
that's not true, society, because I see her. I'm part of this society. I see her as being mixed. These women do too, and the men do as well. But he doesn't because, you know, like I said, access to the box. So yeah, fair use.
Give me the reason you chimed in. Give me the reason you're chiming in to say that.
Because you said, based off of what you said you not black. I said, yeah, she is black.
Who?
Anything
Mary?
mixed with black?
Oh, that's done and over with. I want to know why you chimed in to prove her point.
Because at that point where you try to say she wasn't black, that's when I wanted to chime in. Anything mixed with black.
Hold on. Are you black? Are you both your parents black?
I'm black.
Okay.
But I know.
Disrespect.
Like
no
she
disrespect.
Just said.
Where you at? You from New Britain?
Yeah, see, she's trying to is gatekeeping within the kind of intergroup dynamics. She's trying to say, you're black, are you mixed? And then she's gonna say, where are you from? What area? You ADOS, you FBA, you born here? And then she's gonna ask another question. She's gonna get to the real meat of the matter. Because your partner is mixed. Got it. Already been exposed, homie. But let me get to that. Fair use.
And that's the area you grew up in?
Yeah.
Okay, so we get somewhere. Is your wife 100% black?
Is my wife 100% black? No.
Both her parents black?
No. Her father black.
No disrespect. So I think I see her in the chat all the time, Lady O, but that's why you chimed in.
Boom. That's like a nuclear bomb right there. Boom. She smelled it. She called it out. I was so happy watching this. I was like, damn, got him. Right? That's why he chimed in right there, because his wife is not 100% black. His wife, so he wants to legitimize the mixed people and part of that group. Like I said, some people, because they feel like it's better to have us mulattoes underneath them. A lot of them think that way, like Dr. Umar, so that they feel like, okay, if we're doing our own thing somewhere else, another group could possibly, benefit from us. They want to benefit from us, right? So there's that. And then there's also the utility as far as the numbers being counted for the census, for representation, etc. But then I think what you're going to see with most guys who try this game is because they want sexual access to the women, right? But see, that only works for the women, like I'm saying, because he's married to a mixed woman. So yeah, he'll look at her and be like, oh, well, yeah, she's black too. But if my ass shows up there, I might jump on the panel, I think next week or something, when you see my, looking like I'm Puerto Rican or some shit. Do you think a cat like him is going to go hard in the paint if I was up there like, I'm just as black as you, man, my struggle, man, white people have called me the N-word, man, I'm just black like you, dog, Do you think you'd go hard in the paint for me? Fuck no. No. You know, it's rare. It's rare. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It does sometimes, but yeah, let me continue on fair use.
That's all.
That's not why I chimed in. Let me tell you why I chimed. Let me tell you why I chimed in. I chimed in because I had the same exact conversation yesterday with my sister. That's why I chimed in.
What she say?
Because I told her the same exact fucking thing.
Why you have to tell her that? What happened?
She brought up some shit. I don't even know what we was talking about at the time. I think she was talking about our niece or some shit. I can't even remember. I said, yo, anything mixed with black is black.
That's that one dropper bullshit. Anything mixed with black is black. Hey, what's up? LSP's in the house. Shout out to you, LSP. Respect to you. I saw a comment here I wanted to say. Yeah, you said notice the clothes at their age, Arrested Development. You know what I liked about excuse me, I liked about Kevin Samuels is Kevin Samuels tried to encourage black men specifically, that was his target audience, to wear suits. And not even suits, but just dress nice. Wear clothes like a gentleman. Dress like a gentleman. In a sense, in a definite way, that's what the Tate brothers are doing. Even more so Tristan Tate. You know, and just Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate, where he dresses like he's a gentleman. Like a sophisticated man, like out of a GQ magazine, right? Where people look at you differently based on your attire, the way you dress. And Tristan Tate's like around my age, right? Tristan Tate's is like, you know, early to mid 30s, right? And so and this guy here on the screen, like you said, Arrested Development, where this guy is like looks like he's probably in his 40s, right, guys? Maybe early mid 40s, but he's like wearing a ball cap, Biggie Smalls in a bag. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. And Kevin Samuels tried pointing it out to them, where it's like you guys got to start dressing like men, you know, out here, where you have guys that are in their 40s, but they're still kind of dressed like they're boys, right? Like there's kind of an evolution in sophistication to manhood and growth where you change your attire. Baseball caps at 40, ain't it? Yeah, so you note that too. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't going to say anything, but you guys pointed it out, so I'm like, okay. Yeah, Kevin Samuels used to talk about that a lot. Continue on, fair use.
It's a little shaky. There's more to it,
what's shaky about it?
It's more to it, but we're gonna leave it alone for now.
No, because you brought it up. You coming at me? Let's stay right here. You said no. Let's stay right here. You said Mary's not gonna be perceived in society as being black.
She's not.
So let's stay right here.
No, she's not.
She's not perceived as black because even me, I'm looking at her like you're mixed, and even she, a black woman, cis, is saying the same thing. It's like, well, you're mixed. Like, so no, everybody in society doesn't see you. A lot of people were. What are the numbers of that? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But a lot of people don't in quote unquote society. Just are supposed to see you as black because of this one drop thing. This ain't the 1950s. Society's changing. There's so many other ethnic groups being represented. In the area I'm at here, I run around my neighborhood, and there's a lot of East Indian people moving in here. I know in the UK, they call them Asian or South Asian. Here in the States, America, United States, we often refer to them as East Indian, right? People from like Pakistan or India. And there's a lot of those people moving in here to the area I'm at. Most of those people are darker than me, you know? So it's like, come on, guys. Like, nah, everybody doesn't just see you as black. Like, you know, 2023, guys. I'm just trying to inspire and encourage mulatto people, wherever you are, to stand up for yourself, number one, and also assert yourself, number two. And yeah, continue on, fair use.
Perceived in society.
Oh,
they can see the Puerto Rican, sweetheart. And that's all I'm saying.
Use a lie.
White.
I'm never a lie.
Never
I'm
lie. I'm calling you
a liar. You ask somebody. I'm never a lie.
Sis, I'm
never a lie.
Anybody that's society gonna look at Mary as being black.
I'm never a lie.
Ask the
when
panel.
Society sees Mary,
ask the panel.
Puerto Rican. When society sees your wife, Puerto Rican.
Ask the panel. Ask the panel.
Me and you talking. No. Me and you talking.
Okay, and I said my piece.
Nah, so okay, we done here. I said what I had to say.
She black.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think with her, I think there's like pretty privilege there as well, right? So she benefits maybe from that too. She's trying to say, oh, she doesn't get privileges because she's partially Puerto Rican. She's saying, oh, I'm a nigga like you. And she's like, no, you're not. Just based on how you look. She's like, I know people, you get treated differently. I don't know anybody up there, right? So I don't know like their personal situation or life story and all this stuff. I don't. I'm just a commentator, just providing my observation in the most respectful, diplomatic manner I can, because I navigate to the channel. So obviously, and I'm generally a nice guy anyways, but I don't know where I'm going with that, but yeah, fair use.
Go ahead, sis.
No. I'm done and I'm
Come
finished.
on with it, sis.
I'm
Go
done
ahead,
and
take
I'm
everybody
finished.
off. Come on with it.
No.
Come on with it.
We're done. We're done. I proved my point. I'm done here.
You didn't prove a point, sis, because anybody that looked at this woman not gonna say she black.
I get treated just like you. I wear weave in my hair most of the time. I get treated just like you.
But how does she know she gets treated just like her? Like, I'm trying to think of the metric, the treatment. Treated, and it's based off negative treatment or not like benefits. She's trying to say, well, she doesn't have the privileges or benefits. But I'm looking at her like I can tell right away guys are gonna be nicer to you than her. Just looking at you, it's obvious that guys are, And then she tried to play it off, remember, where she's like, well, yeah, niggas might like me more, but that's it. And the ladies kind of rolled their eyes like, that's a big deal to women. That's competitive nature. The women want to get the best man that they can get for genetic survival, for a family, right? And status in society. If they get a high status man, then them as women, their status will rise as well. So yeah, people are competing in the sexual marketplace. But she tried to play it off, but that's not a big deal. That, oh yeah, the niggas like me. It's like that's precisely why a lot of the black women are calling people like you a preference. Because, your black men's preferences is what they say. This is the nomenclature they're using on the internet streets, right? Continuing on, fair use.
You can't tell me about my experiences.
I said you don't see life like I do. People don't treat you like they treat a real 2 and 2 black parent.
Yes, they do.
They don't treat them the same.
Yes, they do.
So that's the thing. Like I said, I'm supporting sis here on this because she's asserting herself as a black woman in gatekeeping, which is in her right to do. But it's this mixed race person, biracial person, right? Puerto Rican mom, who's in this position this was last week, guys. This is fresh, right? To assert herself that I'm just like you. I'm treated the same. I'm struggling just like you. I'm like, aren't you guys tired of that? Because I was never in a position that deep like this, like a kind of heated debate per se. But there were some situations where I kind of had to, stand my ground and hold my own, right? And prove myself, right? But I was never really like comfortable in those positions. I was like, why the hell am I being tested, right? When, like I said, some random dark-skinned Pookie guy can be a scumbag. All he has to do is sit on his ass and play Xbox and smoke blunts, and he's a pro whack. Throws on a dashiki made in China, and he's a pro whack. He doesn't have to prove nothing. He doesn't have to show his work. But a mixed race guy, you're ambiguous. You gotta always constantly prove yourself that your validity, that you're valid, that you belong. I'm like, I'm not doing none of that shit. Fuck that. And I already know these younger mulattoes, they're gonna be right there with me. Not all. A lot of them are SJW liberals, right? And other stuff too. But I already know I'm gonna inspire a lot of younger ones. Because I already know, like, if you're like, I had one dude earlier in the chat, he already kind of made his decision. But if you're like a Generation X or a millennial, it's like, yeah, that's not really the target demographic. A lot of these people listen to me and watch me for sure. It's a public platform. I don't care, what color t-shirt you have on. But when I started uploading content, my intention was for those younger than me, right? So Zennial, Gen Z, those who are in high school now are going to become of age. My intention was for them. It was like, don't get caught up in the same traps that were set for me to prove your blackness in a pro-black space. I'm like, look, We got to have spaces for these people so they can be themselves and focus on real world issues, not this fake, oppression, oppressor dynamic with the pro-wax, but actually forming families, community, developing something in society, being a responsible citizen, developing a technology to help society prosper, right? Just being a respectable person, not this random fake battle for, fighting against white supremacy by sitting on your butt smoking blunts, right? If you're dark skinned, you get to do that. You get to sit on your butt because you're already black. You don't have nothing to prove, right? If you're the light skinned guy, then you got to be the first one on the line, marching, donating all your money to Umar's imaginary school. Remember when Umar was going up against Seti and he told Seti, you got to prove that you're a black man. I ain't got that problem. I'm melanated, bitch. I'm melanated, bitch. Remember that? Remember Umar? And then he had Kwame Brown, another dark skinned guy, basically saying, I used to use y'all light skins and y'all biracials as crash dummies. Y'all wanted to be down for the hood. Y'all the first ones marching. I used to use you. See, I'm telling you, these people have been so bold and public on social media, telling you what your position is. I'm just one of the younger guys. Like, look, I'm, there's going to be a lot of these mulattoes coming up, after me. They're listening right now, obviously, as well, where they're not going to be playing this game, trying to beg for acceptance. And I'm a nigga like you. I'm treated the same. Nope. I'm different. I'm mulatto. Continuing on, fair use.
Why
they don't?
Hold on, Mary.
Well, what they're going to say is, oh, well, the police going to treat you the same. And I had someone on my TikTok, apologize for the noise, got a car driving by, but I heard someone on TikTok who was like, he said, you say, oh, in the slave days in the plantation, this mulatto guy, he would have been a slave too. I'm like, yeah, I guess in some cases, but I just think it's funny because it's always the same arguments. It's always the same thing. On this plantation, you would have been a slave too, or the police gonna treat you the same. They gonna see you as black and they gonna do you in. I mean, I haven't had any run-ins with the law, so I'm a civilized, law-abiding citizen. So I don't do the criminal shit. So, I mean, you act like a criminal, you get treated like a fucking criminal. And obviously there's some anomalies. There's some situations that happen that are unfortunate. But the whole idea is to surround yourself with good people who are civilized and stay the hell away from the thuggery, savagery, and criminality. Stay the hell away from there. So you don't get lumped in with that bunch, right? Continuing on, fair use.
Mary, because Mary, y'all already went at it. She at me now. Hold on. Bye, Mary. Why they not gonna treat Mary the same way like you? How you get treated, sis? Tell me how you been getting treated.
The same way. They don't treat it the same way.
That's me right there. It's a couple bucks. Take it. It's for her. Yeah, because I wanted to talk about this because very pretty lady, obviously, right? Ambiguous, but she's looking kind of foolish here. Not kind of. She's looking foolish. Like, I think she's married. She has kids. So she's a mother. But to be on social media publicly for the world, to have to prove your case, to say that you fit in and all this stuff, to do this, like, I'm trying to tell people there comes a certain point in time where you stop this crap, where you have to prove yourself, prove your blackness, prove that you belong. There comes a time where it should be right out of high school, man. As soon as you become an adult, enough with these little silly games and all this stuff. You got to be about the business, man. So, hey, I'm just, reporting the news. Fair use.
Tell me, because Ham brought up the question. Tell me how you've been getting treated. Tell me how racism has affected your life. Tell me directly. Okay. Give me an example. Give me a 2023 example.
Okay, so disparate
treatment.
So
pro-black. Since you so pro-black now.
You listening.
Give
so
me
you gonna listen, you're gonna keep talking.
I think the pro-black thing, because she doesn't really strike me. I've listened to all of them, for quite some time. I think the one who maybe her for sure be the pro-black. You tell by the artwork, but this doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like a pro-black kind of channel. It's more just relationships, right? Black men and women relationships, right? They're trying to sort things out in their community, right? So he's telling her because she's so pro-black, because she's gatekeeping her image. I don't think that's it's more like, yeah, maybe pro-black women, pro-self, I guess. she's telling you like you know, you don't have a black father and a black mom, so you're not black like her. It's very simple. I don't really see it as like a pro-black thing. It's just kind of common sense, right, guys? Um, if I'm explaining that accurately, but whatever. Continue on, fair use.
Talking.
Go ahead. Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
so disparate treatment. So if you have a direct supervisor,
Shout out to the chat. Respect to the chat, people listening. So if you could please hit the like button for all the haters. I guess hit the like button as well for all the hate watchers, because it's funny. I mentioned that on one of my community posts too. It's like I got a lot of watch hours, man. Hate watchers, people trying to steal my ideas and steal, kind of copy and replicate my creativity. It's hilarious. So I have a lot of secret admirers out here. But regardless, you're here watching, listening. Hit the like button, please. I really appreciate that. And thank you for tuning in. Continuing on, fair use.
that is a racist or acts racist or whatever the other word Hemp used, that proves that there is racism still going on, they will hold you back and leave you stagnated, even though you wrapping circles around everybody in the building. Okay, so that has happened, and that is real.
To you. So this sounded kind of personal.
That is real life.
To you.
That
So
yes,
why you ain't boss up then? Why you ain't
You
get
don't know
yourself
what I
out of
got
that
going on.
situation?
You don't know what I got
Why you
going
ain't get
on.
yourself out of that situation? Why you ain't
Google
boss
me.
up?
Google
Because
me.
you using excuses.
Google me.
You
Google
using
me.
excuses.
No, go
you ain't
Google
boss
it.
up though.
Go Google me. Go
Because
Google.
This is kind of the, I guess the kind of the joke. I don't know what you say at the catch. The catch of the title here, it says Google me, Cisco's nuclear on Bub and Mary. You not black. It's just, I think this debate is heated. Yeah, Google me. She kept saying Google me. I don't know. I didn't really get the reference, but it made everybody laugh. So it's just funny, heated debate. Continue on, fair use.
It's still hurting you.
Google
I can see that it's still hurting you.
No. Google it. I'm telling you to Google it. If anyone wants you want to put it out and Google it right now, you could do it.
You got a case number or something?
Google me.
Google what?
Google it.
What?
Put my name in. In Connecticut, see what come up. And let me know if I ain't boss up or not.
Versus who? Who you want?
I think I want to address this comment here. The super chat that was up. Yeah. Okay, I want to address this. So obviously it's a Hispanic cat here, Juan, right? So it's a monoracial space, majority black channel. But it's a good entertaining channel. So everybody, I mean, people who like the content, they jump in and they support it. Like me, I drop a super chat. I always hit the like button when I'm over there. Because the channel, the live stream, the streams typically happen when I'm at work. So I'll be at work, I have downtime, then I pop up the channel, and it's cool. I like interacting. I'm a very people person. I like interacting. It's good content. So yeah, it's pretty much open. They have white guys on the panel too. So like you had the guy earlier who was like, you're in black spaces. I mean, I'm in majority black spaces that are more friendly, I guess you could say, or more open to the public. I don't do pro-black shit. So, and this channel doesn't strike me as being pro-black. So that's kind of why I'm over here in other spots. But I'm not even over here like that. I like the content, so I support it. But I wanted to read this comment here. It says, not even on construction sites are people called the N-word or wetbacks. LOL. This got to be that soft office work combo. Now he's saying not on construction sites. So I've been on many projects and construction sites. And the thing is like, what I want to point out is people feel like they can talk to us any way they want. Okay, meaning mulatto people, biracial, mixed race. That's why I'm so adamant about what I'm doing and on this platform and being a voice for a lot of people, those of us who feel like we don't have a voice or a space to go to. And oftentimes your detractors, a lot of pro-blacks will tell you, you don't belong to anybody. You have nowhere to go. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. So I can signal to people and let them know you actually do have a space. You have a place to go to, right? I call it the third option. So what I want to say is on this, I feel like in a workplace, specifically construction sites, a lot of people feel like they can talk any way they want to us, mulattoes, without repercussion. They can call us a mutt or any other racial slur, right? And for me, when people say stuff to me, I say stuff back. So I'm a bad guy. You're damn right. You can call whatever you want, racist or whatever you want. I mean, if you say something to me, I'm going to say something back. and you're not going to punk me. You're not going to run up on me, because you're not going to be happy with the result. So I'm one of those guys. Yeah, I'm the bad guy. I embrace it. But I wanted to point this out because he's saying on the construction site, people don't use slurs like that, on the construction sites. I'm like, well, they do, but what I've often found is people think they can talk funny to me, maybe because I'm kind of a shorter cat. I don't know. They'll test you. They'll get all testy. But it's amazing how then people want to turn back and cry and shit and say you're racist or you're anti-black or whatever. I'm like, bitch, don't fucking try me if you don't want this heat. But I mean, that's out here in the real world, man, making money on the work site. People look at us as if we're just here to be punked, and that we don't have a group and that we just got to put up a bullshit. And what makes everything worse is that you have biracial people who see themselves as a subgroup begging for acceptance. That's what makes it worse. They see themselves as a subgroup. I'm like, God damn, I can't help you. I can't even really associate with you like that. I'm sorry, man. If you think you're a subgroup, you're beneath another group of people. I mean, just beg for acceptance over there. I can't. Sorry, guys. Continue on, fair use.
Google it.
What?
Because when I'm over here, I'm not a subgroup. I'm an independent, autonomous person with a home. This is my home base. This is the dojo here. But I look at myself, I'm a guest. I'm a respectful guest. And I get treated nicely. That's why I continue to come back, and I have fun. I like the content. But no, I don't go into these spaces like as I'm a subgroup. No, I'm an outside observer, mulatto. I'm just a guest, Some people will say, you're an agent. Pro-black spaces, they'll say, you're an agent. I don't trust you. You're going to go tell white people, what the fuck? What am I going to tell them? What they don't already know, because you guys are all on social media telling the whole world everything already. But anyways, fair use.
Man, in Connecticut, people come up and let me know if I'm boss up or not.
Versus who? Who you want?
You don't want to Google it.
Google what? No, I'm asking you. Watson versus what? I'm asking, and I'll Google it right now. Watson versus what? Who? Watson versus who?
All you gotta do is put that in. Google it.
I didn't get it, but this was like the title of the stream was Google me. That was the, but whatever. Yeah, it was funny. Fair use.
Your brother gonna come up. Amari gonna come up.
They treat me
I'm fat. I'm hot. Don't do that to me no more.
I'm hot. What you talking about right now?
What do you feel like they do more specialized towards me because I'm half Puerto Rican? What do you feel like they do more special towards me?
Mary, we've been there, done that. I'm hot.
Hey, nah. Mary beat it because she's still on me. She's still on me though. Nah, because she's still on me. I want to know how racism.
When they lose,
I want to know how racism broke her. I want to know how racism broke her down.
I want to keep going.
Mary, beat it. You done. She on me now.
No, both of y'all done.
Yeah, none of the other men chimed in. They kind of knew what was going on, but he, like I said, had to put the cape on, But and she already pointed out initially. She already knew right away. It's like, oh, okay, you're married to a woman who's mixed. Okay, got it. Already kind of figured him out. So everything else is kind of like I was just in the audience observing it. Like, yeah, we all see this, bro. Society isn't all gonna see her. They're looking at her. It's like, yeah, or a guy like me. Yeah, you look mixed. Yeah, there is a definition for those of us. For me, it'd be mulatto. For her, yeah, people could use the term mulatto for sure, but they could also use Afro-Latino. So there you go. Fair use.
This man sits now.
No.
Did you level up or what?
Damn.
Did you level up yet or what?
Agent, tell me, don't tell me what, but tell me, do you see something?
I see it. You came up.
All right then.
Did you level up though?
All right then.
And it's recent.
Damn, man.
Oh,
Adrian.
I'm hot.
Adrian, who won? Adrian?
Yo, sis kicked y'all ass.
Was she just loud or did she have facts?
She has facts, Mary. She got
And she's jumping in. Yeah, she had facts. She wasn't even loud at all. She was only loud with him because he got loud. See, her tone was very neutral. She's the one who got kind of loud. She raised her tone, stating, "I'm black like you. I'm a nigga like you." Her tone was very neutral. It wasn't until people started to kind of shout over her, like mainly this guy. That's when she was like, "Google me, Google it." That's when she kind of, you know, upped her posture. But it wasn't because she was loud. She called out the bullshit. She's like, "Look, we look different. You're mixed, so we're not treated the same, which is fine. You just got to accept that." But she wants to force upon them and convince them, all these adults, that she's the same, just like them. I'm just observing this and talking about this because look, a lot of these mixed people who are super black identified, they're gonna get laughed at not only today but like in the future, when more and more mulattoes and mixed people accept themselves in society, hold them head high, they're proud of their culture from both their parents, etc. So these super like black identified, that's all they've ever known because their white daddy was never around, whatever, that they're just in the community with black people. Like a lot of us, we're going to be sitting here kind of just like, okay, like, but when does it stop? Like, what to try to beg for acceptance, right? Maybe in your 30s, your 40s, whatever, when does it stop? But her tone was appropriate. She wasn't loud. She hit you with the facts. You guys are different people, okay? Then straight up with the facts with him, right? Straight up with the facts with him. She smelled right away. Okay, wait a second. Is your wife mixed? It's like, yep. Okay, got it. You're done. We already know what's going on here. Everything else, hey man, fair use.
I don't get treated no different. I didn't get treated no different.
See, because she talked about who was louder. Like she's obviously the prettiest one. We get that. We can see that just looking at her, right? She's saying she doesn't get treated different. She's saying I get treated like a nigga just like y'all. But she was trying to say with her, oh, was it she right or was she louder? I was like, ma'am, Mary, you were like the only loud one here besides him. She wasn't really even loud. She wasn't loud at all, only in response. So her arguments were solid. Fair use.
But some of the statements that came out your mouth, some of the shit that came out your mouth, like that you operate as a Puerto Rican. Because you can't say, oh, because I wear weave, they think I'm black. All black women don't make you black.
I wear weave. I said I wear weave most of the time, so they don't see my natural hair. They don't see
white women wear weave.
Just looking at your skin tone, though. Just looking at your skin tone, I mean, your facial symmetry, it's obvious, like, that you're mixed. That's why I think it's just funny and ironic that this happened. Because a couple weeks ago, like I'm repeating it, I was in the chat and I asked the question, is that lady mixed? Because look at her, guys, Society sees you as a mixed person. There is such a thing as multiracial, and this is in America, 2 or more races, right? Mulatto is a term historically that's for us. But for obvious reasons, as I've talked about before, they've removed it from the census, okay? And it's not used as much, but I like the word, and I put Mulatto's picture on the thumbnail because she used it initially, and I like that about her, that she used it because she's, actually bringing visibility to it. If you have these high-profile celebrities and, people and prominent people in society who use that term, I mean, it's going to bring a lot of validity to us, especially academics. But a lot of these people are kind of compromised, right? So it's not likely that they're going to embrace it. They're going to use a more innocuous kind of all-inclusive term like they already have called people of color. So today, in today's terms, this kind of multiracial or multicultural or people of color, these are ambiguous kind of terms they're using that's more within the academic realm. So terms like mulatto, it scares people. Good. Yeah. Fair use.
You said, I wear weave. But what I'm saying is because I wear weave, no, she said my hair. She said my hair is how you know I'm Puerto Rican. I don't wear my natural hair out all the time. That's what I'm saying. People see how I talk, how I operate with my kids, and
the way she talks, like I say, it's kind of like overcompensation where you say nigga. She's saying nigga more than all the black people on the damn panel, man, on the show. I've listened to this channel several times and I don't hear any of these other people say it. They might have some random pookie who might jump on the panel here or there. But I don't. Probably says it a few times. I don't hear him say it, or any the ladies or anybody else. But that's what first thing that points out is like your choice of words to say nigga, to try. That's that language to say you're in the group. It's acceptable. You can say it because you're in the group. You're part of the club, kind of, so to speak, right? So the way you talk, it sounds kind of like overcompensating. But phenotypically, the way you present, you clearly look like you're mixed race, which you are. Just own that, right? Accept that. And I feel like a lot of people will like that about you. But, yeah, fair use.
They automatically know that I'm black.
I see why
They keep going. They want to prove it. It's not the same.
Because I'm past Mary. I'm speaking on how America looks at mixed people in general. I'm past Mary. I'm past Mary.
It don't matter. At the end
it ain't only about Mary. I'm past Mary, yo.
But I'm saying at the end of the day,
I hear you.
He's saying it's about mixed people in general because society's going to see us as black. The thing is, though, I think we already pointed out, if me and him were competing for a role, an acting role, or competing on the basketball court, or competing in the office for a position, and I got the position and he didn't, he would go to one of these pro-black forums and say, man, they gave the lighter skin, they gave the mixed guy the job. They didn't give it to a real black man. I'm a real black man. You've heard a lot of these people cry about Barack Obama. They're like, oh, man, they put Barack Obama in the White House because he's mixed. Man, if he looked like Wesley Snipes, they would have never got him in the White House. So you see how the goalpost gets moved when as far as men is concerned, competing in society for positions, for prominence, right? When we're competing with men, all of a sudden they realize that you're light skinned and that you're mixed and all this shit. But when it comes to the women, then it's like, oh, different rules. Society treats mixed people like they're black. They all see you as black, right? Right. Man, I've been seeing this shit for years. Now I have a platform where I'm talking about it now, and other people listen. Other people agree. Those of you who agree, hit the like button. Those of you who don't agree, hit the like button. All right, continuing on, fair use.
I hear you, but I hear Mary talking. For what reason?
Because the problem is you could be a snicker of anything else, and it's a lot of this is a lot of problem with black women. Let's be real. I don't even speak fucking Spanish, my nigga.
That sucks. I mean, if your mom spoke Spanish or speaks Spanish, she passed down the mother tongue to you. But she was saying it's a thing with black women. I don't know, man, because I'm telling you, I've seen these dynamics in these groups because the men historically in America have done a way better job gatekeeping what it is to be a black man than black women. Black women have been all inclusive. That's why they call like Vanessa Williams like the first black Miss America, right? And Vanessa Williams, she's a mulatto woman. Both of her parents are mulattoes. That make her a mulatto. Light skin, she has green eyes, but they'll claim her as a win. So I think historically, even Kamala Harris, so that was historically with Vanessa Williams. That was like when the 80s, I think before I was even born, with Vanessa Williams, where she won Miss America. Let's talk about it now today with Kamala Harris. You remember a lot of black women, 90+% of American black women voted for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, right? And a lot of these people were saying, my vice president looks like me. I've heard some dark-skinned black women be like, it's the black woman vice president for me. Like a lot of black women championed this clearly ambiguous multiracial woman because Kamala Harris her father is mulatto from Jamaica and her mom is Indian, a Brahmin Indian. So she's multiracial, right? She has Indian, African, and European heritage, Kamala Harris. But all these black women today, modern time, right? We're championing her. My vice president looks like me. So I feel like historically black men do a better job at gatekeeping. Like I'm telling you, you got to be a Pookie from the hood. You got to be, if you're not dark skinned, they'll let in some of the mixed guys, but they got to be extra ghetto talking like, they're from the hood and all that. See, that's the way they get access into those circles, right? A lot of times they'll get tattoos all over themselves and all this shit, smoking blunts. Like, you had one guy who popped up on the stream. You saw his avatar where he had like a cloud of smoke on his seat. That's part and parcel with it. That's the image. You got to talk like you're from the hood. You got to be smoking some shit, a blunt or whatever the hell you're smoking. You got, that's the appearance, man. So there's extra criteria for these biracials if they want to, be down with the hood. So I think black men have always been historically better at gatekeeping what it is to be a black man. I feel like now with these internet spaces that are popping up, because not only are mulattoes and mixed race people creating online internet spaces, black people are too, even white people, right? You have all these other demographics and groups of people are creating their own spaces. You think only black people are creating their own spaces? No, everyone else is too. Everyone else has their own kind of, there's only so much you can do with their exclusive spaces. You have, obviously your Facebook groups or Discord or something like that. But with YouTube, a public platform, you can't really exclude anybody. So it's but everybody has their own spaces. So what I'm saying is now black women, a lot of them have their own spaces. They've had them for years, right? On YouTube. You have these they call it BWE, the acronym, which is Black Women Empowerment. They have their own spaces. So now they're starting to gatekeep. They're talking about the preferences, women like her. They're pushing women like her out. And what happens with women like her? They end up finding the Exoticals United channel. They end up finding the Golden Sphere channel. But they're all black identified. They all been in the hood on Pookie. Got kids by Pookie. There's a lot of them and all the other shit. So, a lot of the time, the whole Golden Sphere thing, and it's all created from the BWE, Chrissy Black Women Empowerment channels kicking out the preferences, right? Competing for the men, where she's trying to tell you, oh, the niggas like me more, but so what? Like, that's the number. She tried to brush it off like that's a minor thing. That's your main issue when you're trying to prove your blackness with these women. Yeah, you're taking good black men away from them. I don't know these women, they're personal, but some of them will probably be like single moms, right? And so they're looking for a man, and they know that dudes are going to choose you first. They're looking at you. That's where you get the kind of, animosity. Continue on, fair use.
That's stupid, Mary. Mary, that don't even sound right. You don't speak
because I was raised,
your mother is
I was raised by black people. That's what I'm saying. I am black.
Yeah, she was raised by black people. She's saying that's why she's black. You're black identified, but you're racially mixed. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious you're raised, by black people, right? People can tell, listen to me. Oh, man, you're probably from the suburbs. Yeah, I am, actually. Yeah, I am. Yeah, very proud of that, too. The happiest place on earth. And so, yeah, you can definitely tell. I mean, she was raised by black people because she's throwing the N-word around every 2 seconds. My nigga, you're the only one up there saying that. I'm like, God damn, man. Fair use.
I am black.
You're not. You're Puerto Rican.
By my culture. That's how I was raised. I wasn't raised by Spanish people to even know half the shit that they fucking know in the goddamn culture.
But the thing is, you're trying to plead with them as if that's their problem. She's like, well, I was raised in culture to be black. See, it's unfortunate for people like this who were brought up in black society, but now they're seeing more and more now that a lot of these people are being kind of pushed out and outgrouped because they're not authentically black. And that's all they've ever known. It sucks for them. See, for me, it's very easy because I'm a standard mulatto. I didn't grow up in black societies. Okay. I grew up in a diverse society. I've always had black friends. I've always had contact with my black family, but I wasn't raised in a majority black area. So that's not all I've ever known. I've known white society, Latino society, primarily Chicano, because I'm from Southern California. And then just very diverse environment, Filipino, Vietnamese, Middle Eastern people. So like I've always known, associated with different groups growing up, have many friends with different cultural backgrounds. So I'm very well cultured. I didn't just grow up with niggas from the hood, wherever, I don't know where she's from, but So I feel like a lot of people like that are kind of struggling when they see this now, that a lot of black people are kind of gatekeeping and outgrouping. It's like, where do you go now? And a lot of times people laugh at you like, you have no place to go. You actually do have a place to go. There's internet spaces popping up all over the damn place. People are creating Facebook groups every day. I mean, you just create a group, create an organ, you just got to do the work. Don't be lazy. A lot of these, it's easier. I feel like a lot of these people to complain to black people, right? Well, I don't know nothing about my Hispanic side. The whites don't like me. I'm just black like you. I get treated the same. That's not black people's problem. That your white mom didn't teach you Spanish or, educate you on the kind of cultural customs of their, society. That's not their problem. But you see how she's trying to kind of plead to them, kind of like, it's not their problem. They have enough problems as it is in this society, right? Yeah, I kind of said a lot. Fair use.
At the end of the day, to white people, I am still not them.
Yeah, but you're not to black people, especially here on this panel. They're letting you know you're not them either. You're mixed. You're partially Puerto Rican and partially black. But she's saying white people. What about the Puerto Ricans? See, because it's almost like they know a lot of the ones who are more quiet and reserved. They know you can kind of tippy toe and and dabble into your Puerto Rican side as well and say that's claimed that as part of your heritage. But then also you want to claim the black thing too, kind of when it's convenient, right? A lot of these people, they wised up, man. They see the game. They're looking at you. They know, oh yeah. So you can claim Puerto Rican when it suits you, and then you can claim black when it suits you. But which a lot of they can't do nothing about it because that's you have the right to. That's part of your heritage. But they're not playing along with you. He will because he will because he wants access to the box, right? So a lot of guys will jump up, they will, but they don't have to play the game with you, man. So I want to say that. Fair use.
I am not.
You said you're black and Puerto Rican. No, you're not them. What are you talking about?
Exactly. And so why you think they treat the only people they treat the same as them is them? So
that's a lie.
I get treated differently than you.
That's a lie. You don't. That's a lie.
You can't tell me that. Just like can't nobody tell you about your experiences. Can't nobody tell me about mine.
You just throwing stuff out there.
I'm not throwing nothing out there. If you're not white, you're not white.
But it's very binary in nature, right? Or it's black or white. If you're not white, you're not. But you're Puerto Rican. And there was someone in the comments. They were saying like Puerto Rican's not a race. A lot of people will tell you Latino's not a race. I mean, they have a term in Spanish called Viva la Raza. I know I'm from California. A lot of Mexican people will say that. They'll say brown pride as well. Brown pride or Viva la Raza, which is forever the race or long live, the race, right? You're talking about the Mexican race. They see themselves as a racial group, regardless if the government doesn't acknowledge that. If the government forces a lot of these Latinos to check white, a lot of the Latinos, specifically Chicanos, Mexican people, Mexican American, they see themselves as their own group. They don't see themselves as Anglo-white. They've even told me, several of them. I grew up around these people in California, so I'm not an expert, but I have firsthand knowledge. I can give you my observation of my 30 plus years, of experience. So a lot of Latinos, like I said, primarily Chicano Mexicans, they see themselves as a racial group, independent from both black and white. But you have people like her who has a Puerto Rican mom. She's going to sit there and be like, well, according to white people, I'm not them. Yeah, well, you're not black either. You're mixed, I don't know what term you prefer to use. They have a lot of innocuous ones popping up, but multiracial, biracial, mixed. It's so ambiguous. For me, I use mulatto because everybody knows what the hell I'm talking about, right? When I say mulatto, you're gonna have people like people like Wesley Snipes try to come over here. I'm a mulatto too, because my next door neighbor's uncle's cousin's nephew's sister is 10% Spanish. So I'm a mulatto just like you. Yeah, right. Fair use.
That's it. That's always gonna be the bottom line.
Mike Brown. Oh shit, yeah. Mike Brown with a $2 super chat. People see you. How do you see yourself? Lionel, we didn't get.
Yeah, she sees herself as a black woman. Clearly, we can kind of see that. But black women are basically now, because they have spaces for black women, they're basically, gatekeeping, right? Gatekeeping, right?
You may have forgot to type it. I gotta go look in the chat to see what you trying to send. But we appreciate the $5 for sure, and you being a member. Triumph Pack with a $10 super chat. Mary makes the point that she is Puerto Rican. Juan was good, bro. You gotta get up here one day. Not even on the construction sites are people called N-word or wetbacks. It's gotta be that soft office work combo. Oh, Lionel, okay. With the 20 ball, Lionel, I see you, bro. $20 super chat, and he's a member, of course.
Shit like that.
When it comes to society, Mary's going to be looked at like a black person. It shouldn't even be a debate. Mulatto with the $2 super chat. This is for sis 100. Triumph Pack with.
You guys saw that? Yeah, definitely had to assert that. Yeah, she basically won the debate. Like the other guy said, society sees her as black. It's not even a debate. No, they were debating here, and the black woman won the debate. She standed 10 toes down. She affirmed herself. No. And I'm saying, I'm observing this because I'm telling you, in the future, when you see scenarios like this, where this mixed race person who's kind of trying to beg for acceptance from black people, a lot of the times, unfortunately, they're going to be laughed at for kind of being silly. It's like, you don't have to do that today. There's so many different options. I mean, it's not binary, white and black. Like the world, this is 2023. You can literally create a group, create a YouTube channel, which I did, create a blog site, and you can reach out to people and try to, there's a lot of people who are just like you. There's a lot of people who are half Puerto Rican, half black. I mean, you got to start trying to link up with those people is what I'm trying to say. I mean, shit. This is the time to do it now. Continuing on for use.
With the $10 super chat. Mary has said she is Puerto Rican with the exclamation points. How many? Is 4? 3. We on Lock Nation with the $5 super chat. I don't care what year it is. I don't care what year it is. At the end, you're still considered less than in the eyes of everyone else. Stop being so damn nice.
And she's nodding her head, being less than. You are still considered less than in the eyes of everyone else. I don't know, man. I don't like that kind of oppression Olympics where you're kind of gazing things through this, through this lens of like how much struggle you go through, the treatment. They treat me just like a nigga. What the hell does that even mean? I mean, how are you acting? Are you at school or are you being an idiot committing crimes? You tell me. So I don't know, man. Fair use.
Hey. Alice with the $2 super chat. Puerto Rican is your ethnicity, not your race. Triumph Pack with a $10 super chat. Racism is real. Mary said on the podcast many times that she is Puerto Rican.
Because I am.
Yeah, she's Puerto Rican and black. So, but you're not just black. And that's what Sis is trying to tell you, that her experience is different than yours, which is okay. You should acknowledge that, right? Right? Like her. Probably you guys don't look. She says something at the end too, which is interesting. Reaffirming. So she's been quiet and kind of smiling at them. Yeah, the women were on code. And the men, they were basically the men knew they basically just kind of stayed in their lane in this discussion. They didn't provide any input, is what I would say. They didn't agree or disagree. They're kind of like, yeah, except for him. But we know conflict of interest because his wife is mixed. So, and she called it out. So I was sitting there watching this live, guys. Was like, yep. Fair use.
I'm Puerto
Sorry,
Rican.
I'm driving that point home.
Yeah, but I think I said true impact, bro.
Shit,
Huh?
I'm both.
Oh shit, true impact.
Yes, like you said, she's both. She even said herself, "You're both." Well, you should probably claim both. Like, and you do. That's what the people in the comments were pointing out. Is like she always says, she's Puerto Rican. Yeah, but why? But the need to over assert yourself that you're just as black as them is disingenuous, because none of these people here on the panel, they can go back and say they have a Puerto Rican mom or they're part Puerto Rican. See, that's where the issues come in. I feel like a lot of us, there are a lot of the jealousy, you can say, with a lot of black people for mulattoes specifically. I'm just saying my observation, because they look at us as like, well, you get to also be partially white and black. I mean, you can only be white to an extent where it's like your relatives, right? Or preferential treatment. There's many ways you can describe it. It's part of my heritage, part of my lineage, right? But like I said, I have access to that. You can say whiteness per se, but then you also have access to blackness. When black people, they only have access to blackness. Where this lady, Mary, she has access to her Puerto Rican side. She'll always claim it. It's part of who she is. Just like me, I'm partially European. It's part of who I am. And they can't do that. They can only claim being black. But you kind of have dual allegiances, right? So that's where the situation's tricky. She should just always assert herself as being mixed, Puerto Rican and black, right? Or Afro-Latina if she wants to say that. But I think moving forward, a lot more people are going to do that, hopefully, instead of just trying to wiggle their way in an awkward situation. Fair use.
True. I've been saying Triumph Pack for the past 2 weeks.
And I've been correcting you.
Y'all have not been telling me. I've been saying I've been saying Triumph Pack. True impact. My bad.
Corrected, that's why.
Huh?
We didn't want to correct you. You don't like getting corrected. But I'll read the super chat if you want.
No, I'm reading it. Y'all can't correct me. That's why I got them. Juan David with the epoxy magic with the $2 super chat. Sis started a house fire and locked the doors.
Shit like that.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I was cracking up, man. Started the house fire, locked the doors. Yeah, she won. Hands down. Yeah. Like I said, and it was with logic too, where Mary, was trying to say, was it because he acknowledged that sis won, and Mary was like, well, was it with facts or was she talking loud? I was like, Mary, you were the only one here who was talking loud, raising her tone, just like this gentleman here. Sis was very mellowed, neutral tone until you guys tried to like kind of yell over her. Then she kind of matched your tone back. But no, it was all just pure facts. I really liked what I was seeing here. Fair use. The reason why, guys, because this is a case study. So people are going to go back and reference this. They're going to listen to my commentary, etc. Even watch the original clip. I'll have this in the description. That this is a case study. Like, this is a very awkward situation where you're already an adult trying to prove to other adults that you're a part of their group. You get treated the same and all this stuff, and trying to convince them and plead with them. It's a very weird position. Like, I wouldn't feel comfortable there because none of them have to prove shit. They're all just black. They could just show up there and, they're already accepted. There's special criteria. They're like, well, you're not late black like us, I don't know when people eventually they'll come into their own, they'll figure it out. Some of us later than others, right? Mulatto awakening, I guess, is what I can say for me. Mine came a little later. Like I said, it was in my late 20s. It's like back in 2019. So that's 4 years ago, say a few years. Then I started to realize, okay, I got to do something, find other people, develop something. Because, there's a lot of people still lost in the sauce and they don't realize until later on. But sometimes it could be too late. A lot of times what I'm seeing, it's too late for a lot of people, a lot of mulattoes, to where they just accept their position. Unfortunately, that's just not me, though. I don't accept that shit. Fuck that. I'm not a subordinate. I'm not a subgroup to anybody. I'm an independent, self-autonomous person, right? Continuing on, fair use.
Oh my God, man. I don't know. I thought Mary was black before sis started talking. God damn.
I think
Now
I'm
I'm confused. I need to go find my damn Bible.
Damn. Yeah. Sis basically held it down there, let her know, well, she's not really black like us. And it was with straight logic and facts too, right? It wasn't because she was yelling. She pointed out the fact because look, Mary can claim that she's also Puerto Rican. Her dad's black, right? But her mom's Puerto Rican. Sis can't do that. Sis has got a black mom and a black dad. She doesn't have that Puerto Rican stuff. So it's like you're not the same. Like, and I think we in society, how society sees you, we need to do a job as adults to respect people and their heritage, how they identify, etc. We need to acknowledge these differences and respect it, right? So yeah, fair use.
We'll see what it say because sis just got my shit warped. So Mary, are you?
I'm black.
Put it in the back chat. Put it in the back chat. Just say yes or no in the back chat.
We had this discussion before, and you was like, "You are what your dad is." I was like, "I'm black." Like,
yeah, that's what men. Like I said, that's typically black men, because what it is, why black men will say that you are what your dad is, because they want to be able to justify dropping their seed in any or putting their seed in any woman on the planet and still, justify to make it legitimate that their child, their offspring is going to be black when it's not. You're the seed of your father. So yeah, that's typically black men who will push that to have that legitimacy. But as you can see, it's being challenged all over the place. Excuse me, all over the place, especially here on this channel. I don't abide by any of those foolish rules. I laugh at that stuff. But a lot of black men, that's what they stick to. You're the seed of your father, right? And yeah, like I said, he talked to her about this recently, and I put in the comment section not too long ago too. Like I said on the stream a couple weeks ago, I'm looking at her, you look at her face, I'm like, wait a second, she's mixed. She ain't black like the rest of them. Come on, guys. Are my eyes lying to me? Fair use.
Yo, Bub, I don't know, man. I think sis took y'all out, man.
Well, not. You know what? Okay, listen. If I took that L, I took that L. But sis know what it is, though. Word. you know what it is. When she
shit like that.
If anybody walk out in the fucking public eye and Caucasian is looking at us, what they
see, their standard is always white people. You notice that he said Caucasian, because a lot of them, like this one dropper types, I'm not saying all of them on the panel, I'm just saying him and the seed of your father types, they'll basically say, they'll claim all Mexicans and Latinos as being black. Mexicans will tell you they're not black. They're Latino. They're Mexican, right? But they'll claim that every Latin person, it's an ethnicity. Latino is not a race because they got two little tiny droplets of African in them. They're black too. And then they're trying to say, well, the white man don't see you as one of them because they want you to fight their battles for them, then. Damn. While they're playing Xbox or video games or entertainment, you light skins, you mix, you got to fight the battles. I'm just adding some kind of joking commentary because that's kind of the way I see it from my lived experience, where it's like, yeah, like the need to claim everybody, like you got to drop a black blood or your father's black or Latino or whatever. It's like, just give it up already, man. It's 2023, right? Fair use.
they gonna say? What they gonna say we are, sis? Keep it a buck. Mix it now. What they gonna say?
All the same. Black and
Yeah,
black.
okay, then that's it. That's it.
It's much different. They don't look at us all the same, and that's including.
So that's what sis. I see what I'm saying. They don't look at us all the same, and sis is acknowledging the reality. That's why I was definitely in agreement. They don't look at us as all the same. I mean, and it's always. I've known that since as a child. I've known that as a child. You know, they don't look at us all the same. They see a guy like him, like my father, or be like his complexion. You know, they're like, no, we're not. You know, they don't look at us as the same, man. And there's a lot of confusion going on, a lot of head games. People will say I'm the confused one. because I don't want to be a subgroup underneath another group of people. I don't look at myself as being a subordinate or a subgroup. So people will say I'm the confused one, right? Which I find that hilarious. But anyways, continue on, fair use.
Puerto Ricans over there, Hispanic, whatever, African, Jamaican, they treat us differently. It's a different treatment overall. I guess you gotta be in a place to really, I don't know, if you're and this is in general, if you're not competing with them and you're the janitor or you're working at Mickey D and shit like that, now you might not experience certain things, but when you're about to start competing with them, it's a whole different battlefield.
Oh, I know. Because trust me, the position I'm in right now, I'm the first black dude that made it. But I ain't want to say that though, because I already know what it is.
What I want to say that because the piggyback, and then I'm going to drop the clip, guys, in a couple minutes. Just want to finish this. It's almost done. I wanted to piggyback because I remember this guy I was saying, like, look, he'll claim Mary, right? Because he wants access to the box, he wants the box, right? In a sense, I see that. And I'm like, yeah, it makes sense to me because look at her, you know, she's the prettiest one up there, right? She has that mixed, ambiguous aesthetic. That's why she's saying, oh, yeah, the niggas like me better. Yeah, well, everyone can tell. You know, you have no problem getting dudes. But like I said, with this cat here, like he's talking about his position in the workplace. I'm telling you right now, with his hat backwards and his Biggie Smalls picture on the wall, if you had a guy like me, the way I talk, because I ain't from the fucking hood, okay? Oh, you talk like a white boy. You speak English, right? Oh, you biracial, man. You ain't really black from the hood. I can tell you, all of a sudden, all that, you know, mix is just black and all that shit. Because the goalpost is always moved with a lot of people like this in this community, okay? Black American community. The goalpost is always moved in terms of mulattoes, mixed race people trying to get access and acceptance into their group. There's always different criteria. So the women have their criteria and the men do too. I'm trying to point this out, guys, because there's 5 women here, 5 men, right? So it's balanced panel based off relationship dynamics, gender dynamics between black men and black women, American, right? And when I see this guy, I'm analyzing him because I already know right away just the way he talks. I can see the cap. He's like in his 40s, the Biggie Smalls. Look, the goalpost will be moved when me and him are competing for a job, okay? And there's a white guy there, and the white guy picks me and doesn't pick him. He's going to go on one of these channels, these pro-black channels or whatever, and say, well, they picked the biracial guy because he talked more white and he's not black like me. I've seen this stuff play out in real life, guys. So I'm just short and sweet. You know, the goalpost is always moved with us if we're in that position to seek acceptance into their kind of group, right? And then the criteria is always changed and the goalposts always move. Continue on, Furious.
Hard for that shit too. They ain't want me in there, but I'm here now. Eating.
Hey, I just want to say, sis, I knew you had it in you. You know what I'm saying? I knew it was just a matter of time before you unleashed.
Yo,
that was epic.
Man. I don't know. I remember the Jamaican lady that made a differentiation between Black Americans and everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I don't want to say nothing. I'm just gonna let that marinate. That clip will be out tomorrow. That's for damn sure. We get off of here. I'm about to edit this whole video.
Make sure you get where sis said, Google me.
Oh, Asia, did you Google it? People get treated like crap since we got off the boat. Oh, it says black. It says black or African American.
No, black/African American.
Now you can have the conversation or whatever it is. Damn, man. Any final thoughts on this?
Yeah. I got a final thought since it's over. I feel you, like sis is right though. It is a difference, but Mary, I feel like what you experience is different too. So I wouldn't say it's worse or better, but it's definitely different, right?
What do y'all feel like
and that's the thing though, like what he said is accurate. There's a difference, and then people should just acknowledge that difference. and deal with each other in a civilized, diplomatic manner, I think everyone would be more well off. There's a difference, right? But you see, this mixed race person is in this position where it's like, well, all I've ever known is black culture. My dad's black. I grew up around black people. I talk like I'm black. That's all I ever know. It's like, how can you outgroup me and tell me I'm not black? Don't do that, you know. But black people have the right to gatekeep and preserve themselves, right? And what he said is right there, right? Just people have to respect, acknowledge that people have different experiences, right? It's very simple. Very
experience that's different though. What like?
Well, because you're not like it's different. It's different. Trust me, it's different. But your thing, hold on, yours is different too. So just how you can get into it with a black woman for you being mixed. So it's like you claim to be, or not, I'm gonna say claim, but you're black, and so you want to be accepted. But then you have black people who are saying, "Hey, you're not black." Sis don't know what it's like to deal with that either. You see what I'm saying? So it's y'all go through different things, if that makes sense. So I'm not gonna say one is greater than the other, but what you deal with is not the same as what she deals with. But
yeah, because yeah, exactly, right. The outgrouping thing, to me, I just feel like it's not normal to be in a situation where someone's kind of questioning me, saying, well, you're not black, you're not like me. It's almost like they say that to give as an excuse to devalue you in a sense, right? To say what you're saying is not valid, your opinion doesn't matter. It's like, well, why the hell am I even talking to you if I'm going to be outgrouped like that for me? But yeah. So someone like sis, she'll never have to experience someone telling her, "Oh, you ain't black like that," right? Unless she goes to like an African nation in that culture, like a kind of a homogenous, like monoracial black culture in Africa, right? Then they could probably outgroup her, right, based on those kind of cultural parameters per se. But I'm gonna probably drop the clip.
Still get treated the same probably by the majority of white people.
Yeah. And Mary, you made one of the points yourself. You said like the guys might like you better.
See, he remembered that. I remember that too, because Mary made that point and she kind of tried to act like, oh, it's not a big deal. Like the guys might like me better, but so what? But that's a major point. See, I'm repeating that. I'm gonna drop the link right now. If anybody wants to hop on the panel, we can have an open discussion. But that was the major thing there that she tried to play off. That the guys might like you better. Yeah, it's obvious the guys like you better, but that's a big deal, especially to competitive women. They're looking for a man in the marketplace, or a high value man, which is scarce, not that many. And it's a highly competitive society, right? And yeah, fair use.
Yeah,
that'd be a different experience.
Because the thing about it is I deal with the dislike from the white people, but also I deal with it from black people as well.
That's what Adrian was saying. He said it's a different experience.
I am Puerto Rican. It's a lot of black women that talk to me different or treat me different because I am mixed.
Yeah, so she said black women. Black men will all like you. Black men like you. They look at you, oh yeah, you're the preference, right? But the black women, there'll be competitive nature there because jealousy and envy, right? We know that, right? And so for the men, it's similar. A lot of us, the men, mixed men, mulatto men. Yeah, I don't get hate from black women, I do get hate from black men. I'm not saying all or a lot. Well, yeah, maybe a lot, here and there, depending on where I'm at. But like I said, it's going to be mainly the men that are going to throw shade and hate. The women usually never. I never really get any hate from black women. So that's interesting kind of gender dynamic there, right? For those of us who are mixed. So, but then she says, yeah, the interesting thing is because you're going to get hate from all sides. So even for me, since I'm more of a competitive person, so I'll get hate from white people, white men, and then I'll get hate from black men, right? Or just men in general. So like Latino men, right? I'm not saying all. I'm not saying that, everyone hates me, all this stuff. I'm a victim. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying competitive nature. And sometimes the competition rises very high to where there is hate. there, right? And so we get it from all sides, is what I'm saying, a lot of us. But I'm not saying that to be like a victim. It's just our experience is maybe a little different, you know, where we have to navigate this society with that reality, you know. And what's the solution? The solution is to create your own spaces, your own groups, your own networks with people who've shared these similar experiences. That's the solution. It's very simple to me. This need to be in this position to beg people for acceptance, it's no bueno. It's not good. I don't like it. I'm not, I mean, because that's not all I've ever known. I didn't grow up begging a group of people for acceptance. It's not all I've ever known. For a lot of these people who are Black identified mixed people, they've accepted it. That's all they've ever known. But I'm just here observing it. Let me see. Fair use.
You get what I'm saying? So it's like I still get it from even my own culture on both ends. So
That's what Adrian said.
what I'm saying, like in regards to, you know, sis thinking I'm getting treated better, I'm getting hit from all angles. If we being real.
But did she say better or not the same? Yeah, I think she said it's just not the same. Like it's not the same experience.
I thought she said not as bad as.
Well, sis, did you see she's sitting right there? I think.
I said a lot of things.
Cool. I'm gonna end it right there. I think that's about it. Let me get to some of your comments. Shout out to you guys. Respect to you. Respect to the chat. Everyone tuned in. This Bud dude either doesn't know white people. Yeah, he's capping. He doesn't know white people. It's obvious, you know. I mean, the white people he knows are the ones he's working for, right? I'm just calling a spade a spade. I mean, yeah. Because to say that they all see us like all them Caucasians, they see us all the same. If you're mixed or not, you're not mixed. I'm a mixed mulatto guy, mixed guy. I can tell you, no, they don't see us all the same, bro. It's weird that the panelists don't seem to remember that Mary was one escalating the panel. Yeah, they're all kind of silent on that. Well, they all agreed. They had the closing. I'll drop the clip. You guys can watch it later. I'll pin it to the description. But they all agreed. Most all of them, yeah, agreed with the black lady sis, except for the one guy, you know, with the cap on, because he was married to a mixed woman, right? Access to the box. So, but yeah, I think they all kind of acknowledged that. Just watching that interaction, you can tell it was actually kind of Mary who escalated, raised her voice, and the language she used. I wanted to point out the language. It's not just the tonality, raising her tone in the argument, but the language. I'm still a nigga just like you. So I titled this stream, I'm still a ninja like you, right? But the language she was using, nigga, I'm like, why do you need to say that and be that extreme, right? Like, why? That's not a good word to describe a black person. So yeah, so it was also the tone, but also the language being used. She knows her Puerto Rican parent is non-black. She never said her mother was black for a reason. Yeah, because they have black people who are Puerto Rican, right? Yeah, you have black Puerto Ricans, and she clearly looking at her, she's not one of them, right? Yeah, got to that for sure. How weird for her to force herself on black people, demanding to be called black. Yeah, exactly, and it's uncomfortable position. I sense a lot of entitlement from some of these folks. If I look at it from a different perspective, it's looked at as being entitled, and they're, you know, yeah, it's very entitled. Like, I'm a nigga just like you. My dad's black. Well, that's your dad. That's not you though, you know, which is okay. You know, just have to accept it. You have to accept it, man, and move, find solutions. And there's a lot of people out here, you're going to be surprised, who are just like you, who know what you've been through, who have experienced that before in different ways. So yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's weird to force herself on those people. But a lot of these people, they've been cultured in that environment. That's all they've ever known. Most Latino people don't see themselves as white, but they put white down on forms, right? Yeah, exactly. When I was at a doctor's office, a Latino nurse put me down as white. I later changed it to other. Interesting. Yeah. I think you're from Southern California as well. So I think you remember there was a court case. It was Mendez versus Westminster. which was a historical court case in California, in the area I'm from, Orange County, where at that time, this was, I think, the 1940s, most of the education and school system, they listed Latinos as white. But they, at that time in Orange County, they wanted to segregate schools and have Latino schools separate and white schools. I don't know all the specifics of the court case, but the whole kind of thesis of that court case was that at that time, this was, I think, the 40s. Let me actually look it up. Mendez versus Westminster is what it's called. Mendez versus Westminster. There's a summary. Mendez versus Westminster, paving the way to school desegregation. In 1947, parents won a federal lawsuit against several California school districts that had segregated Mexican-American school children. For the first time, this case introduced evidence in a court that school segregation harmed minority children. So what I think the thesis of it too, this is 1947, Mendez versus Westminster. Westminster is a city in Orange County, Southern California. I lived in that area. And where they wanted to segregate Mexican students into separate schools. But at that time, most Mexican people were classified as white on the census data. So that's the kind of the interesting thing, is that they were classified as white legally with government documentation, but they were still seen as different, viewed as different with kind of Anglo white America per se, right? Interesting historical thing there. It means long live the people. Oh yeah, viva la raza. Just watched a video of Vanessa Williams, dropped so many comments claiming her for us, for sure. She's the first mulatto Miss America. Yeah, Vanessa Williams, yeah. I do feel for some Black identified mulattoes, well, they're always the third option, yeah. Let's see right here. She was saying N-word with the glee of a white 8-year-old. Xbox Live, that's funny. Playing video games, Xbox out here. Let me drop the link now. If anybody wants to jump up on the panel, I don't know if G Dizzle's in the house still, but I'm going to pin the link. Let me see. Yeah, I'm actually going to take a quick step away for a second. Let me pin this. Okay, I pinned it up to the top. Let me see. I got this track. So I got the link there, guys. If anybody wants to jump up on the panel, go ahead and do so now. I'll kick it for a few. Let me see. What do I have here? I got to find a smooth track. Oh, I step away. Just give me a couple minutes, guys. Let me see what we got. Panel, what's going on?
Well, hello. How are you?
Hey, I'm pretty good, thanks.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy because I've been going back and forth on lives, looking at some of this, and I'm on other live. So I did catch some of the video that you featured, and I normally don't care if people clip stuff that I say in this space and so forth, but if you want to clip something, then clip this, what I'm about to say. That video was exhibit A of what I've been telling mixed race people and Black, white, biracial, Black, other biracial people for years now. That clip was exhibit A because one of the things I'm said, and I was told this on a biracial social media group by somebody, and it was very true. He said, there will come a day when people will tell you, where Black people will tell you that you are not Black. And guess what happened in that clip? That lady was told she wasn't Black.
Right. Yeah, there comes a day. Those are profound words that more people need to hear. You're right. There's gonna come a day.
I was told that by somebody in a social media group. I instantly knew it was right. I didn't disagree at all. although I never gone through it myself. I said, that's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. That's what happened in that clip. And another thing I'm going to point out here is, I hate to say this with people, you have to be careful. I'm trying to be I'm a politically correct person generally, but I want to be very careful. The reason, maybe it's because it's just, I don't code switch. If you listen to my cadence, my voice, the way I am, this is the way I speak, not just on biracial panels, but also if I'm on a monoracial Black panel or any other type of panel. I don't change. If I'm in a monoracial panel around African Americans, I do not go into a quote Black scent. I don't know how to do that. I don't go into affectations. So if you look at the lady, I guess her name was Mary. I assume that's her name.
Yes, yes, that's true. Yeah.
Okay. Mary was, to go against the rhyme, Mary was indeed quite contrary, and her garden did not grow. So if you look at the way this mixed race lady, Mary, conducted herself, what can you take from that? Those of you who are biracial in the chat are watching this. What's an important object lesson? Because this is one of the things, I always like object lessons, didactic points. I try to make that on YouTube if I deal with issues, biracial issues or other types of issues. I always do it through object lessons. I always do it through didactic points. What is the point here? What is the illustration? What is the observable aspect that you can gain from her? Look at the way she conducted herself. Very aggressive, using her hands, talking rather loudly. She was aggressive. She behaved in what she thought was I'm going to be brutally honest here, a stereotypical African-American female way. She thought that this was the right way, the kind of behavior to talk to Black women in. Now notice, I didn't see all the video, but I saw enough. Notice how the African-American women responded to Mary. Look at how they behaved. That lady that responded, I don't know her name, but that woman was quiet. I mean, when she wasn't talking, she was direct to the point. She didn't speak a whole lot. She didn't go out of her way to be confrontational. She didn't act in the same manner that this biracial woman did. She was polite. She was direct and to the point, and she made cogent arguments. You know, and the other ladies that were there also they were effective. They were reasonable with this woman, who was, the biracial woman was acting in an aggressive, pushy, irritating manner. And so this tells you something. I really want us to get across biracial people, especially if you're going to be in a monoracial space. You got to be very careful how you deal with monoracial people. You got to be very careful. Look at her behavior.
Well, yeah, I want to try to jump in. Yeah, she was very irate, kind of trying to plead her case. And someone pointed out in the chat, she kind of felt like she was entitled to, like, oh, I'm just as Black as you. I'm Black. She was entitled. It's like, whoa, wait a second. But I'm just like you because I'm in monoracial spaces. I was in the chat there watching the whole thing. So, but I'm very observant. I'm very respectful, very diplomatic. So like, in the same people, they can come over here. I'm not going to tell them no. How the hell does that make me look if I'm going over to their channel in their area, and then when they come over here, I tell them no? No, I mean, it's a public platform. But yeah. So the way you conduct yourself in those spaces, if you're mixed, be respectful. Acknowledge, that you're a guest. You're an observer. I enjoy the content. I find this interesting. And just be respectful. I mean, it's not difficult to do in society to get along. I don't feel like it is. Unlike some people, they don't know how to get along. They create problems out of thin air for clicks and views. I mean, you know who we're talking about. But yeah.
Yeah, we know those two. But that's another good point. Without mentioning their names, notice those two. They're worse than that woman who was on this panel because they don't know how to talk to people. They don't know how to they are certainly not polite. They are rude, nasty, inconsiderate, vicious, loud, egotistical, and just difficult to deal with, right? So this is important when you look at the way you deal with other people, right? This is striking to me because I look at this woman and the ladies that were there, from what I saw, I didn't see, like I said, all the video, but what I saw is these ladies conducted themselves, the monoracial ladies.
I think there's some connection issues. Themselves.
They were polite with her, I felt.
Oh, they were. They're very reserved, yeah. I think there's some connection issues because it's kind of borging on your mic on your end. But yeah, like you said,
I can't hear it.
Yeah, the audio was going in and out. Yeah. I was going to say, just to add that, yeah, the ladies were very respectful and reserved. And actually only one or two of them kind of spoke. The other three, because there's 5 ladies, 5 guys. The other 3 ladies were just kind of quiet sitting there. So yeah, I mean, you could look at that whole, even the men as well. Only one guy kind of jumped in. So it was very interesting dynamic to watch. But I'm talking about it from the lens of like mixed raceness or biraciality per se, because she's Puerto Rican. She acknowledges and she should be proud of her heritage, but it seems like she kind of feels entitled because she grew up, she was cultured to be black, but she's trying to fight for her place there. But moving forward, a lot of black people are going to gatekeep who they are, rightfully so. And it's good because it forces these mixed people to wake up to the reality that we're our own group out here. I know a lot of us are kind of lost in the sauce. You have a lot of confused biracials who look at themselves as being a subgroup to black people, but there's those of us out here like myself. I'm not a sub to anybody. I want to get together with other people similar like me. Let's have our own self-autonomous group. Let's function like, civilized people in society and, be productive, right? And provide be beneficial to society, right? Provide something for society instead of being a utility to be used for other people's agendas. Because I find that that's where a lot of times we fall into that. Historically, with the black community, that's been the case. But if you let a lot of the black extremists, they'll tell you that, well, it's white supremacy, white society has used mulattoes to go against blacks. So, it's a very tricky subject. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I haven't gone anywhere.
Oh no,
I'm just listening to you.
No, yeah. Yeah, it was an interesting yeah, go ahead.
Right. So here's what what happened was this. That biracial woman, you mentioned entitled. Yeah, she's used to, and this is another thing that I pointed out over the years, because this is what I learned when I was on biracial groups as well. One of the things I learned is, there's a space for biracial women within African American communities that doesn't exist for biracial men. See, biracial men generally can't behave in the same way, but they can't get away with that because if some of them may try, Yeah, they may try, but it's not. There's no way I go into a African American. I get treated this way. I'm precisely like you. They look at me like I was crazy. They'd be like, "Who let this Italian guy in?" Even though I'm not Italian, but who let this Mediterranean-looking guy in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 100%. I agree with you. We see that with a lot of the behavior we've observed. That it's almost like there's that entitlement because they're used to getting away with it, especially when they're around the men, monoracial black men. If they're mixed women, the preference per se, they can get away with behavior with those men that other groups wouldn't be able to, especially the men. Like I said, with us, the term they'll use is G check. That's kind of a slang term, but basically G check. If the guy like tries to get out of line around men and assert himself, you'll be mocked and laughed at, right? If you want to say, I'm just as black as you, like what's next to someone like, Michael Jordan's complexion or something like that. But yeah, the women, I think there's that entitlement because they're used to, sometimes, I'm not saying all, but a lot of women, they're used to being able to get away with that, especially around the men, assert themselves, right? And see, the thing is, they get protection from the women with the men. In this reaction I did, it exemplified that. It showcased that 100%. I've seen this play out in real life, in real time, in society, where the mixed race woman will have a man. They get protection from monoracial black women by linking up with the man. That's how they stake their claim in that community. If they have a black male partner, if she's mixed and she has a black dad or Puerto Rican mom or whatever, white mom, she'll justify her legitimacy being in that group by having a black baby daddy, usually a lot of times. And that baby daddy guy, he acts as kind of a protection shield for her. As you saw here, when the black women start to get on code and the black women start to assert themselves saying, you're different than us, which is okay, but you're not a black woman like us. And she's trying to say, no, I'm a nigga just like you. Who jumped up to defend her? The black man, right? And then we come to find out that black man, he's married to a mixed race woman. So you see the dynamics. We see this now. Now we're just here reporting it, documenting it, so other people in the audience, they can think about that. Look at these behavioral patterns and these reoccurring themes that we see. But go ahead. Yeah.
Well, notice he got called out. Notice how the African American lady, I'm sorry, I forgot her name, but notice how she dealt with that guy. Because she asked him, is your wife? Something along the lines of, is your wife mixed or
right.
You,
full black?
Yeah, something along that line. Is she a black woman or full black? And so what that does, again, she did it in a very deliberative, reasonable, rational way. And again, it was the way they dealt with it. Notice that the lady, Mary, she tries to use her behavior. Notice her use of hands, her speech, very aggressive, very loud. Those ladies.
Her language, though. I just wanted to say her language, though. Remember the N word? I'm like, oh my God.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Again, I see this. What the African American ladies did on that panel is something I often do, and that is you don't respond in kind. You take a measured, calm, cool, and collected approach and make your points in a rational manner. And you don't get on the level of that person because they want you to act the same way. You've heard of the movie Reservoir Dogs, right? Quentin Tarantino's film.
I've heard of it, but honestly, I've never seen it. But I know the film. Yeah, Quentin Tarantino.
So,
yeah.
I realized, I was looking at a clip not long ago, but I realized that that on YouTube, I behave kind of like Mr. Blonde, because there's a scene in that movie where Harvey Keitel, I forgot what character name he is. He's screaming and yelling. This after a bank robbery. He's screaming and yelling and he's going off. And that character, Michael Madsen, who's Mr. Blonde, he's quiet. He's drinking a soda. It's like, he never gets above. I wouldn't say a whisper, but above a very soft decibel level. Very cool, very calm. Doesn't get upset, doesn't get mad. He may be mad, but he doesn't show it. He just keeps it at that level. And I realized, oh, that's kind of how I deal with people on YouTube. And that lady on that panel, the African-American ladies, especially the one that was debating the Mary, if you could call it a debate, that's almost, again, she behaved in a rather cool, calm, deliberative, measured manner. So when that biracial woman started acting very pushy, aggressive, vulgar, using the N-word and all that, she's not responding in kind. She's not getting upset, not emotional, very logical, very calm and cool. So the ladies here handle this biracial woman in such a I don't know what they do for a living, but it was almost like a professional in some kind of job setting. The way they handled her was with such dignity. I hate to use that term, but with such, they had a self-respect about themselves, and they never, they clearly are people that know how to talk, know how to deal with people. They know how to keep cool, at least in this instance, because that woman, the way she handled her, again, the way she handled the guy who stepped up for Mary, the biracial woman, and the way that she handled Mary, you know, again, you don't always see this on YouTube.
Cool as a cucumber,
cool as a cucumber. Right, I would agree. Just the way it was done. And that's what people respected. Notice they said, yes, she won the debate. Because people respected the way this lady carried herself, and the way that she behaved, and the way that she dealt with the biracial person. That's very important. That's very important. So
I gave him a super chat.
Was outshone by this lady. And that's why I said, you got to be careful as a mixed race person. Your behavior is very important when you're in monoracial spaces. So you don't want to be like Mary here. I'm telling you.
You know, and I'm not, and I'm just saying, I'm just an observer, you know, I'm just an observer. I saw this. I was there live in the chat. Like I said, I supported what she was saying. So I super chatted, say, hey, this is for you. Because I'm looking at it, like you said, she was cool, calm, and collective, cool as a cucumber, just straight facts and logic. And then she basically, you know, let her know, hey, we're not the same. He wanted to pipe in. She's like, oh, okay, you're married to a mixed woman. Okay, makes sense. So she basically, you know, checkmate, and nobody else jumped in. She said something like a couple comments, but she was very respectful as well. But these two ladies, they didn't say anything. They just kind of smiled and were like, you know, but they were clearly agreeing with the sis, right? So it's very interesting that the gentleman here, the three men, they didn't say nothing. He's the host. So it was a very interesting interaction. Like I said, I was there in the live, in attendance, audience member, and I saw this. I was like, wow, interesting. This is something I want to talk about, because the way she conducted herself, feeling entitled to like say that you're just like them and that you belong there and all that. Like you said, like, you know, we got to point it out, because over here with this channel, we observe this, and a lot of us are kind of like laughing at it. Like, that's not appropriate behavior, right? To conduct yourself, because, you know, if you're Black identified, I mean, just say it, but you should acknowledge the fact that you're mixed. To say that you're just, because I've never told a Black person that I'm just as Black as you. Never in my life, in my 30 plus years of living. I've heard other mixed race people say that. They try to convince Black people.
I've never done it myself either.
But even here,
I've never done it myself. I would be called crazy if I did it.
Yeah, I just want to say, but even with this lady, she's trying to tell them, oh, I get treated the same by white people. I'm just a N-word like you. So she's trying to say she's just as Black as them. It's like, I've never been in that position to plead with them, to tell a monoracial group that I'm just like you. But yeah, interesting. I had to cover it. Like I said, I was there live in attendance, And I was like, oh, let me talk about this on my channel because I have an audience
It's a
over here.
it makes an excellent point. I mean, that's why I said this is almost exhibit A. When I saw this, and I was going back and forth, but I saw this, I said, this is so perfect. It's a teachable moment for some biracial people, for a percentage of them. The problem is, will they get the instruction? Will they get the lesson? Because, you know, again, with this lady, notice her tone changed after people were saying she tried to make her quote unquote argument, Mary did. And she tried making that argument. And they weren't having it. Again, the way they dealt with her, they didn't scream at her, they didn't yell at her, they didn't go after her. They just shut down her arguments. And afterward, she changed a different tune. Oh, well, I get treated badly by both, and I've got to deal with both. Notice that it turned around. So she wasn't promoting herself that way because she realized in that context, she couldn't get away with trying to be seen as solely Black because those women were not having it. And it's very interesting because normally what I learned when I was on biracial groups was that there's a space for biracial women, the Black, white biracial women in African-American communities. Now, biracial men, we don't get that space, right? There's no space for us.
Well, you commented on one of my recent videos. The only time usually if there is a space is that if you are like a celebrity, if you're these anomalies, right? You're a rich, wealthy celebrity, because you could bring them kind of you can if you have notoriety and fame, you can bring them kind of visibility, right? Then all the black people can claim you. Oh yeah, he's got a Black dad. He's partially Black too. He's one of ours. So they'll claim Steph Curry or something like that. One of these, Vin Diesel, the Rock. The Rock is the best example. Black men love claiming The Rock, that he's part Black. He has a Black father. They love claiming him because it kind of gives them an ego boost. But then when it comes time for The Rock to play a role for a Black man, they feel like, oh, that should have went to a dark-skinned man. You're not Black enough. So that's that predicament a lot of biracials find themselves in. It's interesting.
Well,
so there's only a place.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
There's only a place. Yeah, there's no place. I was going to say before you continue, there's only a place for the men if they're like The Rock, if they're one of these celebrity athlete types. If you're just an average guy, these biracial guys, they either got to end up being like kind of the ghetto, kind of the gang stuff to do that, to get acceptance, or be a rapper like Drake or some shit. I don't know, man. Your average guy, I figured that out, very quickly. Like,
a long time ago, yeah. Well, what happens is, from what I can see, is this. Here's what I've seen, and not only what I learned, but what I've seen with biracial women. Often, the African American men, there are a number of African American men that are attracted to biracial women, though it's not always about attraction, but they're attracted to them, so they don't have a problem seeing biracial women as a proxy for Black women. They don't have a problem seeing them as Black, much like that guy on the panel. Notice what did he say? Anything mixed with Black is Black. We know that is crazy.
One drop bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one drop propaganda and BS, right? Now, also what's interesting is also a number of Black women often accept biracial women as Black. But in
like
this
Kamala
instance,
Harris, like I pointed out, Kamala Harris.
Right.
Go ahead.
That's a very good point. Yeah. But in this instance, notice they didn't do that. They were gatekeeping.
Now
They
let me
really was doing it. Go ahead.
Now let me ask you this question. So the reason why, because I pointed that out, how Black men have always done historically a better job at gatekeeping what being a Black man is versus Black women. I've noticed that through my own observation, because like I said, historically, like I said, Vanessa Williams, they claimed her to be the first Black Miss America beauty queen when she has two mulatto parents, making her mulatto. She's mixed race. Okay. She has just as much European as African. She has green eyes, light skin. And a lot of black women claim her as black, but look at in recent times. So that Vanessa Williams, that was before I was born. That was like the 80s. But recent times now, with the election with Kamala Harris, who's multiracial. She's Indian, European, and East Indian, European, and African, right? Mixture, multiracial. Kamala Harris, black women were saying, my president looks like me. It's the first black vice president, black woman vice president, right? So I think the thing is they claim Kamala Harris, they're not gatekeeping her like that because they feel like there's an advantage to having her there as a representative. But with Mary, I'm looking at her, I feel like there's something else here because she's very pretty. Okay, she's a very pretty woman. You can, so like I said, I think pretty privilege is there as well, especially on the panel where a lot of the other women, I'm just not being rude, but like, you know, some of them are overweight and stuff like that. And some of them are maybe older, or, you know, they have something else going on. But compared, I'm just, as a man, my perspective, looking at all the women, there's 5 of them on the panel. Okay, Mary's the prettiest one there. So I feel like there's probably some of that there too, where it's like, because that she's the preference, right? Black men would prefer her, just men maybe in general would prefer her. So maybe that's where the outgrouping comes in, where it's like, well, you're not black like us. Well, they're using that as an excuse when it's competition because she's a very pretty woman. What do you think about that? Because that's, you know,
I don't get that. I don't get that from them, the ladies on the panel. They don't, I'll be brutally honest, they don't take her seriously. And that happens with some, I notice, right. I don't know if it's a new thing or something that may have occurred in some aspects, but generally biracial women get accepted by African-American women, but not always. There are African-American women that toe the line and say no. And I looked at that exchange and it's clear they don't like her. I'm not saying they hate her. They kind of look down on her, that I can see. They don't think much of her. Like they think she's a joke. Like she was trying to say, I'm like, and again, when she was making her case, pleading her case and making an argument, when you deal with African Americans like that and you try to plead your case as a biracial and say, I'm like you, I've been through crap and all that, there are African Americans who will not respect that. They don't care. We don't care that they're like, oh, you suffered racism and discrimination. So what? Your racism and discrimination isn't like mine. We have it worse. We have a different struggle than you do. And that's what they were telling her as well. And they were trying to be decent about it. They weren't trying to be cruel, but they were trying to tell her, our struggle's not yours. And you aren't a part of what we're about. And that's what does happen at times. I remember I was in a biracial group. When I was in a biracial group, I remember a biracial woman put this up. It was from, I think it was a black group, African-American group. And it was some kind of women's group or something. And they said, sorry, we can't allow you in our group. You're mixed race. You're not really a black person. And she put this up on the actual biracial group. And she put this up, like memes and stuff it was up on it. So we read it. I was able to read it. And she was complaining. She was angry at the way she was treated and everything. And some of the people, including me, said, well, you're not African-American, you're biracial, you're mixed race. I don't blame that group for saying they told you the truth. And they have a group and their group is intended for black women and they don't consider you a black woman. And so in some instances, black women will gatekeep. African-American women will gatekeep against biracial women. And this may be something that is maybe increasing more and more these days. I'm not sure. But I've seen that again on a biracial group I was in. And that mixed race lady, I can't remember her name. I wouldn't say her name anyway, but I saw this and like some of us were trying to tell her, you're not a black woman. They told you can't be in their organization. See, that's so I've seen this from that perspective, and they're just some because a number of these Black, white, biracial women are accepted in African American communities. They really have a lot of. You mentioned it was what was it? I can't remember the term. They have this entitlement. There's a sense of arrogance with some biracial women, and it's also off-putting to African American women. There's some African American women. That's what they will dislike biracial women because it's like, well, you think you're better than us,
Right.
and I
You
hate
get
to
that.
say it, but some
You hear
biracial
that a
women
lot.
do feel that way. Go ahead.
You hear that a lot, that phrase, you think you're better than us. But the thing is, you notice there's a lot of biracial women who try to kind of replicate this kind of Black woman persona. So even within my thumbnail, you see the let me share it here. The picture of the her name used to be Miss Mulatto, but she changed it to Lotto. Big Lotto, big. I don't know why a woman call herself Big Lotto. But you see her, she has to talk extra like ghetto, extra Black, like the Black scent. And this woman, I think she was born in Mexico. She has a like Spanish name, Lupita, but she's a Kenyan descent. Both of her parents are monoracial Kenyan, but she was born in Mexico, so Lupita, but she acts like a lady. She conducts herself like a lady, very feminine. But with her, she has a white mom, Black father, mulatta woman. But it's like a great, I call it great value, like Walmart version, great value, like knockoff copy. Because the reason why I say that, because she's trying to act like she's just as Black as her and stuff like that. Like, I'm from the hood, and the way she talks, and she says the N-word a lot too. So there's parallels with kind of her behavior, her tone, and kind of Mary. Right. I don't know Mary. I don't know this lady Big Lotto, but I'm saying there's parallels where they're trying to fight for their place in Black society, and they'll use the N-word here and there, and they have to talk extra kind of Black, and it's not pleasant to see. So I see a lot of biracial women. You'll notice there's some that have YouTube channels, right? Hint, hint. Some that you probably bumped heads with where they'll use the N-word. You listen to them, they'll use, these are biracial women that have white moms, okay, mixed women, they'll use the N-word as if they're a monoracial Black person. We're like, you're trying to pretend to act like a Black woman when it's like, we know that you're biracial, you're not a Black woman. But you see that, a lot of that, they try to pretend, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's actually a good contrast to the video. And you look at that picture. Like, well, Lupita Nyong'o does speak Spanish because I think he was born in Mexico, and I think her father was a diplomat or something.
In Kenya, I believe, right? Yeah,
he's a Kenyan diplomat. But you look at that picture, this Ms. Lotto, who I'm not a fan of.
Let me share.
Look at her. Yeah, that blonde hair and is it
cowboy
blonde?
hat?
Blonde.
Gross.
Blonde
Cowboy
hair, cowboy hat. I don't know what kind of coat that is.
And she's vulgar. She's so vulgar. Way she talks, and like I said, the N-words, all the way she talks, and Big Lotto, like she's big. She wants to act like a dude. She's so vulgar in the way she talks. It's not a good representation for a mulatto woman. Okay. But then you look at how Lupita represents herself as a Black woman. She is a great representative for Black, monoracial Black women. She conducts herself very well, very feminine, very positive. I think she has like children's books. She published like children's books. So she does that outside of acting. So she conducts herself like a lady, right? Where this one here, she wants to act like a guy. She calls herself Big Lotto. And she wants to act like she's Black when it's like, you got a white mom, you're not Black, But yeah, I think the contrast is very fitting for this discussion.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, you just look at you saw the two, and it's like I don't like Big Lotto, or that's what she's called. I don't know. I'm not into rap. I don't. So I noticed that, but even I mean, I just look at what she's wearing and I'm going,
She looks
is
goofy.
she trying to? It's like, unless they're remaking spaghetti westerns again, she looks completely. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does remind me of a Clint Eastwood movie, The Good, the
It's just
Bad, and the
over.
Ugly.
It's just over the top. I think that's why I shared it for the thumbnail. It's just over the top. It looks so goofy, but it's probably a stage costume. You know, I mean, I don't know, man. I want to like her.
Well,
But,
I don't know. I
just,
don't know how many rappers. I don't know how many rappers wear cowboy hats. I don't know. I don't think too many of them do, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Again, she's indicative of the tacky, classless mixed race of those mixed race women who believe that being tacky and classless and be acting in a stereotypical fashion will win them respect of black women and black men and their acceptance. And
exactly.
you saw it in that video. Guess what they were looking? They looked at her and they went, no, sorry, we're not buying it.
Yep.
And the women again were very nice. They could have treated her like utter and complete crap. Because I know they had no respect for her. They had no respect. Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say, the thing is, it's a show, right? It's a broadcast, and a lot of those, they're all regular panelists there. So it's a co-ed panel show. So a lot of those people, they're on the channel, the panel, like every week. So it's very familiar faces. Like I can share here. They even have the T-shirt with the channel name on it. I think she was wearing it. Mary, her T-shirt had the channel name. Might Be Risky. His title might be risky. I think hers right here, Love is Risky. So like these are all these panelists here. They're on this panel very frequently, like once a week or every other week. They kind of switch up the people. So it's a collaborative endeavor. So there has to be a level of civility dealing with people because you're going to see them next week or something like that, right? So I think that's why they conducted themselves. But yeah, so these are regulars. It's not a random panel. They're regulars. Yeah.
I see. Oh, that explains. See, the people there, they didn't get into screaming matches.
Right.
I mean, there were the voices raised and all that, but the people seemed to feel they were pretty comfortable. People didn't really, except for that Mary woman lady who was like, doing her typical wannabe behavior. This is why I call them wannabes. In her case, she's literally a wannabe. She literally wants to be black. Mary does. That's why I call them wannabes. And you could tell. I mean, they were kind of relaxed. They were just like, yeah, you're not going to win this one. They weren't buying it. They weren't buying it.
Yeah.
She had one guy that was buying it. She had one clear a minion, I would say. That guy with his one drop crap. If you're automatically you mix with black, you're black.
I know. And there's a lot of biracials who will like that because they want to be subgroup. You're hearing biracials now basically showing their ass now, because a lot of these biracials, they're basically telling everyone now that, not a lot of them, but there's some I've counted where they're basically saying that they look at themselves as a subgroup to black people.
I've heard that.
It's happening more now. You have other ones now coming out saying that, and I'm sitting here I'm watching this like, this is not the direction I'm trying to go into. I didn't create this channel. And to kind of advocate or to report media, to basically be a subgroup under another group of people. My whole position is to let other people know, look, you could be your own person. Like you're mixed race, you're biracial, mulatto. You could be your own. Like, you don't have to just try to be underneath begging for acceptance.
Look at U.S. history years ago. The mulattoes were their own people. They were classified in the U.S. Census separately. They had their own organizations and institutions. They were not a subgroup of anyone. I don't want to hear that subgroup crap. Those of you out there that are spewing this kind of rhetoric, it is goofy nonsense. It is stupidity and idiocy. Mulatto, biracial, mixed race people have never been a subgroup of anyone. Let me make that clear. In this country, the United States, mulatto, biracial, mixed race have never been a subgroup of anyone. They've been their own group with their own institutions, own organizations, own societies, right? So this subgroup nonsense needs to be put away.
I know. I'm disgusted.
It needs to be put in a submarine and sent to the bottom of the ocean.
And the interesting thing I kind of want to close on this is that, in society now, they're affirming multiracial, mixed race people because you see that depending on the state, even the federal level, you have multiracial, but certain states, so more progressive states, like I don't know where you're in your Hawaii if they do that, but I know in California and New York, they have an option for multiracial and biracial. So that right there lets you know that there is some progress in society where they're reinstituting our own category. Not every state in the union in America honors that. Obviously, the Republican states, they're more kind of red conservative states. They're going to be a little bit more backwards in that fact. Like when I was in Nevada, the state applications, they only had 4 choices for your racial group. So they force you to kind of, one drop yourself and check a box. But other more progressive states, like I said, so like California, maybe Washington, perhaps Washington State, but New York, they have the multiracial mixed race box. Right. So the government, the state governments, they're letting you know that, yeah, we acknowledge that these people, there's a unique category for these people. The reason why I say mulatto, because it's specific to black-white mix. But there's other, in California, there's a lot of Hapa people. There's a lot of people who are white in
I used to be on a
Asian.
group, even though I'm not Hapa. I was on a group where I talked to Hapa people. So
there's a lot in California, a lot of people who are Latino and white, etc. So very interesting. But I just kind of want to close with that. Do you have any kind of final thoughts?
I was gonna say, politically, I'll be brutally honest. You get to these Republican and people with the libertarian mindset, Republican mindset, they don't see biracial. They don't see mixed race. Some of them might, but for the most part, they don't. So it reflects those states. Like I said, the South, biracial is not a thing. I know there are people who will disagree, but it's not a thing there. I mean, I agree. You get to those states, you're on your own as a race person.
Yeah, a lot of.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I was going to say I agree because I've noticed that as well. Like, if you heard of these YouTubers, their name is the Hodge twins. They clearly look mixed, but they consider themselves just to be black. And I'm just looking at this like, you guys look mixed. You look like biracial guys, but they'll just say, "Oh, we're just black guys." I'm looking at you like, what? You guys look like you guys got like 50-60% white European blood in you, but they're going to sit there and say that they're just black. And I think they're more Southern guys too. I don't know, they're from Georgia or somewhere, but they're the conservative.
You see, that's it. That's what I'm saying. When you get down to the South, it's like you know Flowers, right? Flowers is in Georgia. She'll tell you.
Yeah.
They don't see mixed race down there, even though it's been around just like any other part of the country. Biracial in the South, forget it. I've been biracial in the West Coast. That you can be. South, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Midwest, I don't know. Maybe it pops up. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I grew up in Anaheim, California. So Southern California, outside Los Angeles. And I've always been biracial, So it's just, man, it's this country's strange. It's a big country. There's a lot of ways to go, but a lot of us,
it's weird.
We're going to have to be the ones to kind of help push things to get things going. Because I feel like no one's going to do it for us. People want to maintain the status quo to have us to where we're going to begging for acceptance and be used by other groups. It's going to be upon us. The hardest part is for us working together. That's the most difficult part. There's so much kind of cliquish and, alternative agendas in a lot of the mixed race kind of spaces. So that's the most difficult part. I mean, the number one thing is nobody can agree upon what the hell to call themselves. That's why, a lot of these people are kind of screwed. They're, they don't know what the hell to call themselves. So,
Yeah.
but
So what's happened is you got women like Mary. That's why it's a very good example. You got women, even men. I would say men like Mary, but that kind of mindset. Women like Mary, even men with that kind of mindset. And what you're seeing more and more and more now with African American communities is slowly but surely gatekeeping is happening, slowly but surely. And so you will have people that will tell you, sorry, you're not part of our group. Sorry, you're not a part of the community. There's always been a part of that, but now they're going to enforce it. So it's going to get to a point where you're really going to be messed up as a biracial person if you don't accept who you are and live a biracial life, however that is. I mean, that's up to you. But if you're going to be really messed up, you're going to be really screwed up if you think you're going to be able to be entitled and push your agenda in African American communities if you're mulatto. Because they will tell you.
Us, yeah, and a lot of us is good for us because a lot of us we're going to be laughing kind of at them. Now, unfortunately, I like Mary. I mean, I'm just saying she's pretty. I don't know her or anything, but I don't have any ill will towards anybody on that panel. I like the channel. I like the people, the panelists, entertaining content. But I'm just saying, I'm just observed that video today, give my reaction because people like that who have this need, this entitlement to prove that I'm just as black as you. Like I heard one of the people who used to be a part of the biracial sector, they're not anymore. They've been exiled. They used to say, or they said on a panel, on Jose's panel, basically, that we was in the trenches with you guys on the plantation. We're just like you. We're a subgroup to black people. We were in the trenches. So people like that are going to get laughed at. I feel like more and more mixed people, more and more mulattoes, they find these kind of spaces. A lot of those type of people begging for acceptance. They want to be a subgroup. They're going to get kind of laughed at. But I just want to say that I'm going to close the stream now. It's getting late.
All right.
And it's been a good stream.
Those two were already laughed at when they were on that panel. There was a couple guys that dealt with them were laughing. We were saying, you crazy, you're drunk, you're difficult.
Drunk. Yeah, it was sad. It was embarrassing. And they lost a friend. They lost a friend over it.
And it's stupid. This is why I say your behavior is so important as a biracial person. It really is on YouTube. Very important. It just, you don't want to act like those two. And even like Mary, you don't want to do that. And the people the last thing I'll say is the people in that panel handled it so well. They weren't nasty. They weren't, they didn't get angry or in your face. They didn't treat them like crap. They were reasonable and they treated her basically with a degree of respect. And that's the way to handle it. I think that's the way monoracial people hopefully will handle biracial people when they tell them, when they gatekeep. That to me is good gatekeeping in regards to biracial people. I like that. I like the way that was handled.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I really enjoyed, doing my reaction to it. So I like the channel. It's a good channel. They have good content. Obviously, I think it's mostly monoracial black focused, obviously, the channel. But it's relationship dynamics between black men and black women. Very insightful content. It's entertaining. So I enjoy it. I think there's a lot of great channels here on YouTube. A lot of us can kind of learn from it as well. And see, the thing is, if I didn't know about that channel, I would have never been able to find this clip. And because I was there in the chat live. Now, this is more material for me for my channel. It's congruent to this discussion about being mulatto, being mixed race, embracing who I am fully. So it's good that we have to be respectful and diplomatic. We can go into other people's kind of spaces, right, and be respectful. And then we can find situations like this where you have a mixed race person who's really entitled and trying to fit in. We can clip it, take it over here and analyze it, talk about it. And it's good. It's good stuff. But I'm going to end the stream now. And I appreciate you hopping on.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Yeah, talk to you next time. All right, peace. All right, everybody, beautiful people. I'm gonna close this out, and you'll be hearing from me pretty soon. So, yeah, stay blessed, and till next time, sayonara.
Damn it, All Might! I did everything I could to get ahead of you, but the harder I worked, the more obvious it became just how much of a widening gap separated the two of us. The stronger you got, the angrier I became. Stand up and show them why you're better!
Jump ahead and slow, jump ahead and slow. Had to turn my bow, yeah, had to train the zone. Had to turn my diamonds, yeah, they smoking hit the tone. Spot what you think, yeah, just shut up, let me hook. Riding in that beat, let it tell the truth. Ride around, deep, but that what you know, I got my blinky flip. Head number one up on each chart, yeah, it's still the work. I be doing to go number one. And that's your body from ends, the bitch is the first of the month. Round when I'm in the gang, the bitch in my shirt, just stay on straight in the sun. I went to bed in the business, switch shit up, I wanted it no matter done. I don't know, baby, my family, my coat, my buddy, my time, my chicken, my money. I'm feeling for this thing, I don't want you to it, I don't wanna hear about nothing. And it was up to I hear about right, so yeah, what they calling them up. I better bring this shit back and wait for the top of the time of the month. I better do it and get better, do it and get better shit with a song. Ain't gon' talk too wet. We gon' talk to this, we gon' talk to this, we gon' talk to this. I'm just focusing on the dirty third I said. You got big work down on me, you got big work red. I'm gonna work like a cool, you better get some things. You ain't make no money, that don't make no sense. I ain't sure the cool, I better try that again. Jump ahead and slow, jump ahead and slow. Had to turn my bow, yeah, had to train the zone. Had to turn my diamonds, yeah, they smoking in the sun. Spot what you think, yeah, just shut up and let me roll. Riding in that beat, let it tell the truth. Ride around, deep, but that what you know, I got my blinky flip. Head number one up on each chart, yeah, it's still the work. I be doing to go number one. And that's your body from ends, the bitch is the first of the month. Round when I'm in the gang, the bitch in my shirt, just stay on straight in the sun.